I'll deal with matters of procedure shortly, but first I would like to take the names of those who have notified us that they wish to participate and who they represent. And I'll start with the applicant, Ms Wilson.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. I appear here today on behalf of the applicant on the instructions of Mr Murray Thompson and Ms Magda McLean, both of Sheppard and Wedderburn. I'm accompanied for the purposes of the hearing with Mr Bell sitting immediately to my left, who prepared the written submissions in accordance with the procedure notice 4, yes. And Mr O'Neill is to his left, who is involved in forestry, and further on Mr Steve Jackson Matthews of LUC, whose firm were involved in the preparation of the written submissions on nature conservation issues in August and has provided input in relation to the enhancement relative to biodiversity. And next to him is Mr Dan Walker of LUC as well, who, as you know, has dealt with landscape and visual impact issues.
Thank you. And who is appearing for Scottish Forestry?
Good morning, ma'am. Andrew Kitching. I'm the Technical Officer for Scottish Forestry in the South Scotland Conservancy and a member of the Institute of Chartered Foresters.
Thank you, Mr Kitching. And who is appearing for the Galloway Without Pylons group?
Ma'am, good morning. My name is John Campbell. I'm King's Counsel at Scottish Bar and I'm appearing this morning for Galloway Without Pylons. I'm accompanied by Dr Christopher Ford, who's sitting to my right. Mr Paul Swift is in the room, but is not expecting to contribute to the hearing unless you want him to.
Thank you, Mr Campbell. And who is appearing for the and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere Partnership Board?
I am. I'm John Thompson. I'm the Vice Chair of the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere Partnership Board.
Thank you, Mr Thompson. And finally, would any individuals please introduce themselves?
Hello, ma'am. Alistair Kerr, householder, staying in Galloway Forest Park.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. Although this hearing session is open to the public, participation is restricted to those who have notified us that they wish to take part. I should at this stage make clear that in writing our report on this proposal, we will take account of all of the written representations already submitted, as well as the statements and documents which have been lodged. I hope that this session will be as informal as possible. It will take the form of a discussion which I will lead and which will be structured around the topics on the agenda. Has everyone got a copy of the agenda? Good. The topics are based on the statements and documents that the parties submitted for the hearing session, which will be taken as read. There will be no cross-examination, but those taking part can ask questions of each other through me. I will deal with each of the topics on the agenda in turn. This room is booked for all of today if required. If we continue into this afternoon, I will aim to finish at 1:15 for lunch, with a short break mid-morning and mid-afternoon. There's another party in the hotel for lunch, so all parties will be required to eat in this room. Okay, thank you. Now, before we continue today, is everyone clear on the procedure to be followed? Ms Wilson?
Yes, ma'am. My agents did receive an email from your office yesterday confirming when you would address the more controversial issue that has been raised in correspondence. I have one matter of clarification that I can come to once you've checked with everybody else.
Everyone clear on the procedure to be followed? Mr Kerr? Mr Thompson? Mr Kitching? Mr Campbell?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so something which Ms Wilson has already raised was the issue with regard to the Galloway Without Pylons new documents. As I said in my email, So as I was saying, I have one issue with regard to the Galloway Without Pylons new documents. As I said in my email yesterday, this will be discussed under agenda item 3, and I would encourage the applicant and Mr Campbell to have discussed before then how best to proceed. Ms Wilson, you had something to add.
Yes, I did. Thank you, ma'am. As I said, it is just a question of clarification. The documents are referred to in the email, but I just wanted to be clear so that Mr Ford's clear, and indeed Mr Campbell, that the offending text, if I can put it that way, that is within the response hearing statement from GWP, which is at section 1.16 on MPF 4 and is based on GWP 22 and GWP 23. The offending text at paragraph 2.3 in relation to the Climate Change Committee and the onshore wind policy statement, which is based upon GWP 24, and the penultimate sentence in the last paragraph of 3.2, the assertion in that is based upon GWP 23. Can these be treated as pro non scripto for present purposes until we return to the issues under agenda item 3?
Mr Campbell.
With respect, no, ma'am. My position is that these documents are not new evidence before this hearing or before this examination, and fall to be looked at in the course of this hearing in accordance with your agenda. So I am not agreeable to having them treated as in some way reserved from observation. I don't think, with respect, pro non scripto is the right term. What my learned friend is asking you is to effectively ignore them while we go through the rest of the evidence. I think that will be very difficult. If it can be placed under reservation, then I don't really see how that can be done. But of course, when you come to write your report, you may decide not to admit them, in which case you'll just ignore them.
Thank you, Mr Campbell. As I said in my email yesterday, the purpose of the hearing session today is to get information that I require, further information. Therefore, during the agenda items 1 to 2 today, the documents will not be referred to because they don't relate to any of the questions that I have. We will deal with the matter under agenda item 3. That clear, Ms Wilson?
Yes, ma'am. I took it from that equally, insofar as there are any statements within the hearing statements that refer to those documents, they'll be dealt with under agenda item 3. I'm obliged for the clarification.
That's correct. So have the agreement of all parties to that, Mr Campbell?
The matter under agenda item 3, which is what I think you're saying.
Okay. Any other matters before we proceed? So moving on to item 2A on the agenda and the first topic for discussion. MPF 4 Policy 3 Biodiversity. Would the applicant please describe how it is proposed to fully mitigate the removal of woodland as set out in criterion B3 of Policy 3? Other parties will then have the opportunity to comment. We'll start with Mr Bell.
Sorry, ma'am, I should have raised one other matter of clarification that I discussed with Mr Bell. I'm assuming that it's something that will probably be addressed through the different questions, because I know in previous hearing sessions you have individual questions that are prepared. But one of the points that was raised by Mr Bell with me was how he might refer to, for instance, Policy 1 or the spatial strategy or the spatial principles if he considers them to be relevant to a particular policy. Would you be content that he introduces them in response when he considers that wider context to be relevant?
If they're relevant to the questions that I ask, of course, you can refer to other policies or other parts of MPF 4. Hopefully we'll get through everything. If we don't, as I say, under agenda item 3, we've got any other relevant matters, and I'll always come back and ask you if there's anything else that you want to add. Could I suggest that you bring your chair up here? Yes, as many people who want to move, feel free to move your chairs. I'll just give you a few minutes to do that. And if I could just ask everybody, as previously, to speak up. I know we've got microphones, but sometimes you also need to speak a bit higher. Thank you, Lucy. So agenda item 2A, NPF 4, policy 3, biodiversity. Would the applicant please describe how it is proposed to fully mitigate the removal of woodland as set out in criterion B3 of policy 3? Other parties will then have the opportunity to comment. Mr. Bell.
Thank you. I think there will be in the answer a reference to the cross-cutting aspect of NPF4, because woodland is dealt with in policy 6 primarily, and
I will come to policy 6 later on the agenda, but
yep.
If you want to cross-refer.
Yep. And when I look at policy 3 biodiversity, it sits within the context of policy 1 in terms of the nature crisis as an overall recognition that there's now equal weight given to the nature crisis and the climate crisis. And I would start off by saying that in the overall conclusion set out in the response to the written submissions document, the point was made that fundamentally this development will be instrumental in assisting the reversal of the loss of biodiversity in the broadest sense as a consequence of the reduction of carbon emissions. And that links to policy 1, the starting point in NPF 4. And then looking at policy 3, and I will bring in both Mr. Norman O'Neill and Mr. Steve Jackson-Matthews in answering the question. The policy intent is to protect biodiversity, reverse biodiversity loss, deliver positive effects from the development. And the development needs to also be considered in the context of what nature of development it is. It is EIA development, but it's also national development as per paragraph B of policy 3. And I know it's not on the agenda, and we'll probably come to it in item 3 later on in the discussion, but there is an important context there for national developments and how they're handled in consent in the development management process. So that I would say, in you hearing the answer this morning on that very specific question, needs to be set within that broader context. The paragraph B of policy 3 is engaged because this is national development, and there is then reference in the various policy criteria to having an understanding. This is at Roman 1 of paragraph B, an understanding of the existing characteristics of the site. And here we've got a linear site that's been done in the EIA report in terms of the baseline. Roman 2, wherever feasible, nature-based solutions have been integrated, so there's a recognition of a reasonable approach to be taken in terms of feasibility. An assessment of potential negative effects, which should be fully mitigated in line with the mitigation hierarchy prior to identifying enhancements. So in terms of mitigation, there will be some response from my two colleagues on that just shortly. In terms of biodiversity enhancement,
I'm sorry, Mr. Bell, but you're
Yeah.
moving forward on my next question is about enhancement.
Okay.
Just
So
mitigation
just on woodland.
with regard to woodland in
Okay,
this, please.
that's fine. I think then linking it to Policy 6, forestry, woodland and trees, if I could ask Mr. O'Neill to come in with a summary description of the approach to mitigation, firstly through the design process and then in terms of the actions post-consent that could be taken. Thank you.
Morning, ma'am. As Mr. Bell has said, that the initial process has clearly been by routing, and previous hearings have heard in great detail the inputs that were developed in the routing process to minimise impacts on forestry, taking into account the fixed locations of the connection points. Following routing, there is now a commitment for compensatory planting, which is in keeping with current government policy on forestry removal. And in addition to compensatory planting, which numerically equates to the areas being felled or proposed being felled, there's further mitigation which has been outlined within the forest design concept, which was also presented to you before, and that forest design concept developed a range of opportunities to reduce and further mitigate the impact on all woodlands, and made specific reference to areas of higher value ancient semi-natural woodlands. I think that's all, unless you want more from me on that.
If that answers the question, that's... Anything else?
Ma'am, I think it would be helpful if Mr. Jackson Matthews answered on the question of strengthening nature networks, in that is part of the mitigation and part of the, as Mr. Bell has already referred to, is the policy intent, which is of relevance to considering what's required under Criterion 3.
Good morning, ma'am. Before I answer that very particular point, I would just point to the ecological impact assessment, which identified the impacts on woodlands from an ecological perspective were not significant.
I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson-Math, could you speak up?
Of course, sorry, of course. Forgive me. I'm referring to the ecological impact assessment, which identifies that impacts on woodland features were not significant within EIA assessment criteria. As a consequence, mitigation measures technically from the EIA perspective for ecological features are not required. Notwithstanding that, there are standing measures that the applicant is committed to around licensing for protected species and pollution prevention measures, which will add to that wider package that my colleagues have talked about of mitigation.
Ma'am, I wonder if I could suggest that my witness, if he could think about slowing his delivery down, then I think it would be easier to pick up what he was saying.
Sure.
And also, can I just add to that? Obviously, we're dealing with MPF4, which wasn't around at the time of the EIA. So if you could speak in that context as well.
Of course,
Thank
absolutely. What I would say in the context of MPF4, as it relates to how we've assessed impacts in the chapter previously, the valuation of woodland and the importance of woodland was recognised in previous policy as it is now in NPF4. So that valuation continues. There is no inconsistency between NPF4 recognition of the ecological value of woodland compared to the policy that we assessed under. In terms of the enhancement opportunities, and my colleagues have spoken about the forestry design concept, and I understand you have a question about enhancement, I would refer to that too as a wider mitigation measure. The FDC, which you'll hear about, has been designed specifically to create nature networks and habitat linkages. That concept has always existed in policy under terms like green infrastructure and green networks. It's now being carried forward in NPF4 as nature networks. So our embedded mitigation delivers the requirements of nature networks in that sense.
Okay, Mr. Kitching, the same question to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, from our point of view, obviously, Policy 3 states about protection of biodiversity and potential adverse impacts. The proposal is, the way that we see it, the proposal sits at the moment, is likely to have an impact on the existing ancient semi-natural woodland. From a forestry point of view, I suppose we'll come on to this later, obviously the loss of commercial forestry we accept, and mitigation is taken forward with regards compensatory planting. However, with regards to the ancient woodland and POS, obviously any additional planting or compensatory planting we would see as a very, very poor second option, whereas retention should be maintained as where possible.
Pardon me, I may have missed it, but it's a poor second option to
the removal of ancient woodland. Yeah.
And Dr. Ford.
I don't have much more to add, ma'am, other than reinforcing what Mr. Kitchen has said. And then just to pick up on one other point, which is that earlier on Mr. Bell referred to addressing biodiversity by assisting through delivering carbon emissions, reducing carbon emissions. With respect, ma'am, that's not what the policy is about. This policy is about addressing biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ford. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Kerr.
Just one comment really on the biodiversity, and that Policy 3 states that the proposal should conserve, restore and enhance biodiversity. I can't understand how that happens if you're taking away swathes of native woodland, etc. The routing has not minimised the forestry effect. That is obvious from the percentages that are issued. And surely the EIA is applicable at any level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Ms. Wilson.
Just to come back on a couple of points briefly, thank you, ma'am. Firstly, in terms of Mr. Kitching's statement that in terms of the impact on ancient woodland, that the compensatory planting is a poor second option, I would just say that, as Mr. O'Neill has described and Mr. Jackson-Matthews, it's not simply compensatory planting. There are other initiatives which will have a woodland benefit. So it's not simply the numeric replacement of planting. I think that is too narrow a view to take. And in terms of Mr. Kerr's statement, I think one thing we will come on to is the Chief Planner letter shortly. And it does make it clear that there will be some conflict between policies, and that will be expected. And I think once we get on to referring to the urgency for delivery of national development for the spatial strategy, that's where there's an inevitability that there will be some policies that will pull in different directions. And then it's for the decision maker to make a judgment. And that comes through very strongly in the Chief Planner letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ford.
Just to pick up on that point, Mum, and that is that obviously in the earlier sessions we've heard about other alternatives which wouldn't result in this.
Dr. Ford, we're moving on to
Sure.
later in the agenda. Just about policy 3, biodiversity. You can come back on Mr. Bell's points then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anything else with regard to mitigation? And that's criterion B3 of policy 3. Okay, so moving on to my next question. Would the applicant please describe what significant biodiversity enhancements are proposed, in addition to any proposed mitigation, as set out in criterion B4 of policy 3? And other parties will then have the opportunity to comment. Mr. Bell.
Thank you. I think, again, before giving you a very specific description, just the brief context to that requirement in Policy 3, the explanatory report that came along with NPF4 makes it clear that research is underway at the moment in terms of this exact matter in terms of a biodiversity metric. There is not one at the moment, so there's no standard way of measuring what a significant enhancement is. It's not an EIA term in the way it is used here. And this prematurity in terms of the policy implementation is also reflected in the Chief Planner letter we'll come on to of 8th of February, which reiterates that research is underway. And it makes it clear that there will be some proposals that will not give rise to opportunities, and it will be again for the decision maker to make a judgment. But notwithstanding that position, the applicant has proposed aspects of the project which can make a positive contribution through the forest design concept, and I've set that out in my hearing statement at paragraph 2.9.6, which embraces the concept of green networks. And as Mr. Matthews has said, that is not a new concept. We've had green corridors in planning before. It's been renamed, but this project has a strong opportunity to address that because of its linear nature. So that I've set out the detail in my hearing statement on that, and I think if I could maybe invite my colleagues to come in to expand on that, in particular Mr. Jackson Matthews to start with. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to build on the uncertainty around what significant enhancement means, we're waiting for that definition. A working definition at the moment is that a significant enhancement would reflect or deliver on national or local biodiversity policies. The forest design concept responds to local biodiversity policy at the time of the assessment, but it also reflects to the emerging requirements of the draft Scottish Biodiversity Strategy, which I know is on the agenda. We are looking at significant habitat creation interventions in the forest estate, and the Scottish Biodiversity Strategy recognises that the forest estate is not a particularly biodiverse place and that significant effort is required to improve its biodiversity. So what the FTC offers is an opportunity to create new, locally important biodiverse habitats within the forest estate context. And what it primarily seeks to do is to deliver those habitat linkages or the nature networks that my colleagues have spoken about. But it also seeks to create opportunities for protected species, very specifically designed for protected species in those at particular locations, nightjar, red squirrel, pine marten and badger. And again, in creating habitats for those species, we're addressing both local biodiversity priorities, but also emerging policies from the Scottish Biodiversity Strategy, which talks about a need to reinforce the viability of our protected species.
Mr O'Neill, do you have anything to add?
No, ma'am. I could expand on terms of the forest design concept and how we will develop that.
Yeah,
maybe
that's my next for you. You'll get a chance to do that for my next
okay,
question.
nothing further then.
Okay, I'll bring in Mr Kitching.
Thank you, ma'am. I suppose just coming back to that point, within the forest design concept, it obviously makes reference to new habitats, whereas obviously when we're dealing with ancient woodlands, these are very established ecological systems, and just replacing an highly diverse habitat like that with a new one isn't really comparing apples with apples. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Kitching. Dr Ford.
Ma'am, I was maybe wondering whether you want to go to Mr Thompson first, but whether he wants to deal with this. I'm really looking at it from the policy point of view rather than the detailed, and you're into quite a lot of detail about whether the enhancement is taking place or not. That seems to be the area of debate here. So I wonder whether you want to take Mr.
Be useful to know Galloway without Pylon's view on whether or not they think the enhancement suggested is appropriate.
In simple terms, ma'am, as we've said in our response to the applicant's submissions, we don't think it's evident that they've met the test, essentially. In the language they've used is that they are seeking to do these things, whereas the test now set in Biodiversity Policy 3 is a demonstration, and I remain unconvinced on that. I'm happy to hear evidence on it, but at this point in time, I remain unconvinced. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr Ford. Mr Thompson.
Thank you. Our primary concern is about the loss of ancient semi-natural woodland, which, as Mr Kitchen said, is something that simply can't be adequately replaced. We don't have a particular view about the enhancements that have been proposed, but would echo what he said about the fact that enhancements are very unlikely to compensate adequately for losses.
Thank you, Mr Thompson. Mr Kerr.
Just adding to that, or how do you enhance and replace native woodland in the short term? Impossible. In fact, long term is probably debatable as well.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. Ms Wilson.
Thank you. Just a couple of brief points. I think just the language is quite important. So it's not about compensating for loss. That's part of the mitigation hierarchy. So the enhancement is net enhancement. And I think what might be helpful...
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that point, Mr Bell? Thank you.
Compensation is part of the mitigation hierarchy. So what is proposed is net enhancement in line with the policy.
You read these two together prior to identifying split down.
Yeah, and I think that's clear in Roman 3 in paragraph B of the policy, where there's reference to mitigation, as you had in your question, and then that's the mitigation hierarchy prior to identifying enhancement, and then there is the significant enhancement. And I think another point that's helpful to note is in Roman 4. It refers to management arrangements for the long-term retention and monitoring and secured within a reasonable timescale with reasonable certainty. And I think the planning condition would enable that to happen, because that would need to be agreed with the appropriate consultees in the condition that is proposed.
Is that the planning condition on the forestry design concept that you're referring to? So we have not seen that yet.
I believe it will be circulated shortly.
Wording for the condition?
Yes.
When? Your statement says that it will come in closing.
Oh. Could be sooner.
I think that position was previously proposed, and I don't think there was any negative response to that. But what I'm being told is that they have been finalised and could be submitted. They're ready to be submitted.
Just to confirm, they haven't been submitted.
No, not yet, ma'am. Ma'am, could I just respond on a point made by Dr. Ford in his answer, where he suggested that the applicants in their evidence had applied the wrong test, in that in his submission it was necessary under the policy criterion that you are currently asking questions about to demonstrate. But if you look at policy 3, ma'am, there is no mention of demonstrate in Roman numerals 4 criterion. It's simply that they should include nature networks, which Mr. Jackson Matthews has explained how that can happen and how it can achieve the intent of linking to and strengthening habitat connectivity within and beyond the development. So that has been explained. And the requirement, insofar as it's a requirement, is that it's secured within a reasonable timescale and with reasonable certainty. There's no mention in that criterion of demonstrated. That comes in criterion B, where it said that development proposals such as this, i.e. EIA development and national development, will only be supported where it can be demonstrated that the proposal will conserve, restore and enhance biodiversity. So that's where that comes in. So Dr. Ford's quite wrong to criticise the applicants in their written submission that they've applied the wrong test in respect to this criterion.
Dr. Ford.
I'm not suggesting it's the wrong test. I'm just suggesting it's a new test. And that, as you quite rightly say, Ms. Wilson, it's very evident at the top of policy B that the applicant has to demonstrate the proposal will conserve, restore and enhance biodiversity. That is a very self-evident new test.
It's equally self-evident, ma'am, that's not the criterion that you asked the parties to address.
Thank you. I've noted your differing views on that. Thank you. Any other comments on criterion B4? Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Bell made about enhancements as against mitigation, and I entirely accept the distinction that he's making. But going back to 3B, as we've just done, the point I was really making is that the test of being demonstrably better state than without intervention is, in our view, an extremely difficult one to pass if you are actually destroying ancient semi-natural woodland for which there is, in a reasonable timescale, no real replacement.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Anything else? So, as has been already referred to by the applicant, you're proposing a new condition to be attached in relation to a forest design concept. So it would be helpful if you could explain how this would work with reference to your Appendix 1. The wording of the proposed condition has not been provided, so I'd like to know how other parties would have the opportunity to comment on the wording. And just to confirm that Appendix 1 doesn't show the areas of ancient woodland, pause, etc. And also a general idea of what proportion of the route covered by the project is owned by Forestry and Land Scotland, compared to the land owned by other parties over which the applicant has no control. I understand there's quite a lot in that, so we can come back to individual points. But the first thing is to explain the forest design concept and Appendix 1.
Ma'am, the purpose of the forest design concept is initially to identify areas along the route where there's the opportunity to utilise further enhancement works within the Wayleave corridor, and that would be specifically targeted at areas where that can be shown to give maximum environmental biodiversity benefits. One of the most obvious areas where that would be done would be where the line has had to cut through ancient semi-natural woodland. In those situations, the initial works would heavily involve identifying the extent of tree clearance required. We have in previous hearings discussed the site at Knocknailing, which is an example that has been developed in more detail and which you visited. And there we identified the opportunity to minimise the tree felling within the projected Wayleave corridor and to utilise crown reduction and identifying trees where the growth rates were relatively slow, and as such there was less of an imposition on the safe construction and operation of the line. The first design concept would then go on to identifying in other areas where soils condition existing vegetation and existing other areas of important biodiversity, as Steve mentioned earlier on, were available, such as the nightjar areas. And in those areas, we would aim to focus our initial efforts on creating a forest design concept that delivered the minimum impact, but then also delivered proactive activities to improve and enhance the linkage across the Wayleave. There are a range of different opportunities there, and they include management of the forest once it's felled in terms of removing brash, which can be seen. Brash is the branches and tops of the trees that normally would be left on site when the timber element of the tree is removed and taken to market. But the removal of the brash in such situations can be seen as a positive measure to enhance the ground vegetation development, and that would be one thing that we would look at in addition. There are opportunities. It's very difficult to list all the opportunities because the opportunities will be fairly site-specific, but there is an intention from the applicant to work closely with the landowner, and for the landowner to be encouraged to embrace these activities, both through support and financial support where appropriate. One of your questions, and I don't have the exact figure, but from memory, I'm fairly sure 60% of the forest route passes through FLS, Forest Land Scotland land. There's a commitment to work specifically with FLS on this, but that would not be done in isolation to individual landowners, and experience has shown that many of these landowners will be happy to embrace these environmental improvements on their sites. It is also worth mentioning that we have an opportunity in the decommissioning of the N&R routes to consider further enhancement there. Clearly on these routes at present there has been a existing line there which has limited the opportunities for restoration of woodland where it has been cut through historically. So that's an additional opportunity out with the actual newly proposed route.
Okay, and then my other question was in relation to the wording of the proposed condition that you're now suggesting would be attached. So how would that be provided, and how would others be involved in its preparation?
Ma'am, it's been suggested to me that it could be discussed later today, perhaps under any other relevant business. And Mr. Thompson, who's been involved in finalising and progressing the conditions with other parties, could explain the point at which he's arrived at.
And could other parties be involved, perhaps over lunch?
I'm sure that could be arranged.
Would other parties be happy to be involved with that, Mr. Kitching?
I would be happy, but I'd like to obviously just get a second opinion from Mr. Harrison as well.
Dr. Ford?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Thompson? Mr. Kerr? Okay, it'd be really helpful if, first of all, the wording could be provided and then others have a chance to have a read. I totally understand that you can't make a final decision now, but if we could discuss it then after lunch and see how far we've got on agreement. Thank you. Okay, any other comments on the forest design concept? Mr. Kitching.
Thank you, ma'am. Just coming back to the statement Mr. O'Neill mentioned, we heard in the hearing that there was certain areas where the reduction of crowns aided the installation without necessarily the full removal of ancient woodland. However, there is certain areas where it would look, even by the nature of the installation, it would still impact on the removal of ancient woodland, whether to put in lines or infrastructure to serve that requirement, which in our view would still be seen as a reduction in woodland loss. I appreciate that there was mention in with regards to decommissioning line, and enhancing the decommissioning line, but looking at the sites involved, many of the areas would not be seen to be significant enough to offset that removal in the first place. So there still will be a woodland loss of ancient woodland.
Dr. Ford.
Just wondering how to handle this. I appreciate we're going to deal with the condition later on, Mum, but my sense is I'm still personally unconvinced by this prospect of something in the future in relation to what is required against the policy test, which is to demonstrate. I believe that means you need to have the evidence of very clear enhancement at this point in time, at the decision point, really, not necessarily now, at this point in time, at the decision point in time. I remain unconvinced personally, Ma'am, but it's your professional judgment at the end of the day.
Thank you, Dr. Ford. Mr. Thompson.
Nothing to add, I don't think.
And Mr. Kerr.
Yes, please, ma'am. Just regarding the forest design concept, the quote was to deliver minimum impact. It would be interesting to know what the word minimum means, if that could be defined. Also, I'm interested to hear the existing line route was mentioned. I would like to follow that one up, as you well know, because I believe follow that route and you could answer a lot of questions regarding forestry. Thank you.
Ms. Wilson or Mr. Bell?
Just a couple of brief points, thank you. I think the applicants always acknowledged that there would be some laws, so that's not new. But I think in the hearing statement, it's been set out in terms of the routing approach that's been taken and the real difficulties in avoiding any loss because of the fixed nature of the development. But I think the conclusion also needs to recognise that the small percentage of the total loss of forestry demonstrates that the impact has been minimised and that the applicant has done what it reasonably can do on that topic in arriving at that final position. Thank you.
I wonder if I might ask Mr. Bell through you what he means by the small percentage of the total. Is he talking about the Galloway Forest Park or something smaller than that? Just to identify what he means, please.
Mr. Campbell, that was a question I was going to
sorry.
ask, yes, but will allow Ms Wilson to continue first and then Mr Bell can come back on that.
Just one point, which is more in the nature of a legal point, ma'am. It has to be remembered that this applicant is under statutory and licence obligations, but specific to the question of biodiversity and the ability to avoid loss of ancient semi-natural woodland. In terms of the applicant's Schedule 9 duties under the Electricity Act 1989, it's immediately apparent that in formulating a proposal such as a transmission grid reinforcement under the Electricity Act, that the applicant has to balance and take into account a range of environmental receptors, which include avoiding impacts on the cultural heritage. And as Mr Jack and others explained during the hearing session on strategic routing, there were balances to be made throughout the routing, and some of which included avoiding not just nationally important protected assets, but also internationally important assets. And of direct relevance to the point made by Mr Kerr, if you follow the existing line, that solves the problem of the forestry. It puts the line through the SPA, as has been explained. And that is of international importance and of the highest amenity value in terms of the approach to routing. So it's simplistic when looking at the broad question of biodiversity in the context of Policy 3 to fasten on to one significant loss in relation to ancient semi-natural woodland, which the applicant and Mr O'Neill had always accepted is irreplaceable through compensatory planting. But that had to be balanced against the environmental receptors that were being avoided, and also taking into account whether or not the Schedule 9 duties were being fulfilled when designing the proposal.
Mr Bell, if you'd like to come back on Mr Campbell's point.
Thank you. I'll ask Mr O'Neill to go over the quantification of impact. Okay.
I'm sorry, your microphone's not on, Mr O'Neill.
Sorry about that. What we've reported on throughout the process is that the projected tree clearance is 249 hectares. What we've further explained is that of that 249, 134 hectares is commercial conifer, 16 hectares is pause, which is a plantation on an ancient woodland site. So they are young to mid-rotation conifers in Benbane Forest. The balance of area is 29.04 hectares of broadleaf woodland, of which 26.01 hectares is ancient semi-natural woodland. What my colleague Mr Bell was referring to in terms of the small percentage was in the fact that the 26.01 hectares of broadleaf ancient semi-natural woodland is, probably I haven't done the complete calculation, but it must be about 11% of the total area of tree clearance. Sorry, the 26.01 hectares is the area of ancient semi-natural woodland which is currently stocked with native broadleaf trees. Yes. Yes. Sorry, my arithmetic wasn't quite right. It's approximately 12%.
Sorry, can you just repeat that final sentence again, please? Said 26.01 hectares is semi-natural woodland, and that's proposed to be removed.
Yes, ma'am. I think that there are some minor number changes there, but the total area of broadleaf woodland is 28.62. Sorry, I said 29 earlier on, 28.62.
And then just repeat what the percentage, where that comes in.
Yes, the percentage of that is between 11 and 12%. It's in terms of the area of the total forestry being removed as a result of the project. Yes. The details of that are included in paragraph 235 of Mr. Bell's submission. The further submission. Sorry, I could also correct one other figure, that the total area is 242.9 hectares of tree clearance.
So just to confirm, your point is that the total percentage of broadleaf woodland to be removed is small compared to the overall amount of woodland to be removed.
Yes, that's the point. Sorry, 120.
It's important we get these figures right. Mr. O'Neill started this passage of his evidence by talking about 124.9 hectares of projected tree clearance. I think he's now saying that figure ought to be corrected.
Sorry, I don't think I said that number. The number was 242.9. It's the total area of tree clearance.
I'm sure it's my fault. 242.9. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. Could I just come back on the point that Ms. Wilson was making about the obligations on SPEN? Absolutely. Entirely accept that there are different factors to be weighed up, but she mentioned specifically the potential impact on the SPA. Our point from the Partnership Board would be that effect could probably be entirely mitigated by undergrounding the relevant portion of the line, because the risk is collision with geese. And if the line was underground, although there might be some obviously temporary disturbance to the ground which would reduce grazing areas and so on, in the long run, you could avoid the impact entirely.
We're veering back into routing again. Does anyone else want to come back on the forest design concept? Good. Okay, so my next question involves the proposed green network scheme, which again has been previously mentioned by the applicant. And basically it's how would this work and how would it be delivered, and what weight can I apply to this scheme? And that's to the applicant.
I think that's one for Mr. Jackson-Matthews in terms of what it is and the delivery and the reference to the...
I'm sorry, Mr Bell, I can't. You need to speak into the microphone.
My apologies. So I think Mr Jackson-Matthews will answer on that and reference the condition as well. Thank you.
Mr Jackson-Matthews.
Thank you. In the FTC document itself, we set out a very clear framework by which we reach decisions. So making the assumption that at the moment these measures will be delivered within FLS land, primarily. We use our existing baseline data set and future baseline data sets to identify exactly where the best intervention would be. We focus on those larger areas of wind throw in an attempt to close those gaps. But we primarily identify where we can have the best ecological output within the forest estate by using baseline data to identify opportunities for the species that I mentioned previously. Within that, there is a hierarchy of those species, and we prioritise nightjar over other species.
And just to be clear, that you can ensure that that takes place within areas out with your ownership.
I will turn to my colleagues to answer that point.
I think in terms of the FLS land, there is a high degree of certainty over that. So yes, and that has a link to the amount of weight that then can be placed on that. Thank you.
And I presume the condition would cover?
Yes, it would, and perhaps that's something we can look at alongside when we look at the FTC condition later this morning.
After lunch.
After lunch, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Bell. Mr Kitching, and this is with regard to the proposed Green Network scheme.
Well, with regards to that, I'm presuming, most of it, I've not seen the conditions, and with regards to FLS, that discussion will need to be out with ours, because we're obviously the regulator and not the owner of the National Forest Estate. But obviously where we would get involved would be on the private landowners side of things.
And do you have a view on how much weight I could attach to the Green Network scheme? Obviously, I know you haven't seen the condition yet. It's a difficult one without seeing the condition. I suppose the only thing that we can go back to is what we have in the policy, waiting towards the removal of the ancient woodland, and we'll have to take that judgment call when the evidence is presented to us. Thank you, Dr. Ford.
I think we're going to have the same ground again, Mum. I appreciate, happy to look at the condition and happy to look at the detail. I've actually not seen the confidential Appendix 1, which I don't have a problem with. I've been through badger training, so I do appreciate the sensitivity of these things. But the specialists need to be convinced that the effect is appropriately dealt with, and obviously we've got a higher standard coming through with MPF4 and the biodiversity strategy and the enhancement requirement. So I remain with an open mind, Mom, but unconvinced yet.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Nothing very much to add. I would just say, as the biosphere, we would obviously welcome any enhancement measures that are introduced, but what we want to look at is the overall picture.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr.
Nothing to add.
Anything else on the proposed Green Network scheme?
Yes, just one
Mr. Bell.
brief point. It may be helpful in my hearing statement at paragraphs 2.9. It's the main written submissions, February hearing statement. Paragraph 2.9.10 and 2.9.11 just gives a summary description of the approach to the Green Network schemes and links it also not just to forestry but to landscape mitigation. and refers to parties such as Scottish Government, Dumfries and Galloway Council and local communities. So it's not simply Scottish Forestry or FLS. That's clearly a helpful input, but there would be other parties as well.
Okay, thank you. And then I know we've discussed it previously, but just to confirm, the replanting of those areas of woodland on the decommissioned overhead line route, how would that be implemented and how much weight can I apply to this? Mr O'Neill.
Ma'am, on decommissioning of the route, the applicant's control over the activities in the land is reduced as the land is by inference returned back to the landowner. We would envisage that those landowners, because of the linear nature of the decommissioned route, would see advantages in utilising that land for restoration into woodland, because and we would actively encourage that financially and through technical support to deliver that.
Thank you, Mr O'Neill. Mr Kitching, with regard to the replanting.
Thank you, ma'am. Reading through the documentation, I was under the impression that the decommissioning, any planting taking place on the decommission line was over and above any that was going to be identified as compensatory planting. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Looking at the route itself, the actual areas of woodland would be significantly lower than anything that would be removed. And within that line as well, I think I raised at the previous hearing that the actual hectareage of ancient woodland components within that area that could be enhanced equated to less than 2 hectares.
Sorry, can you just explain that again?
So if they were looking to plant, due to the nature of the routing of the line, the actual areas of woodland is significantly less than the new proposed line. And within that, looking at the register of ancient woodland, those, best way to describe it, infill areas where the line was, would equate to around about 2 hectares. So a substitute, so you're offsetting 2 hectares against potentially 42 hectares.
Ma'am, I wonder if I could ask a question through you of Mr Kitching. At a previous hearing session, I think it was the forestry one, his colleague Mr Howison did indicate that he considered linking that extension into the redundant wayleave corridor to address the fragmentation of ancient woodland that occurred as a consequence of the creation of the wayleave corridor would be valuable in ecological terms. Is that a position that Mr Kitching agrees with?
I agree with that anything additional to an area of ancient woodland helps support that ecosystem and habitat network and would be the best fit rather than a new native woodland standing by itself. Yes.
Ma'am, could I maybe add a further comment there in terms of relating the potential within the decommissioned line, even at 2 hectares, and that's not an area that we have exactly quantified, but at 2 hectares it is still approximately 10% of the equivalent loss of broadleaf woodland with ancient semi-natural woodland, or 5%. If you want to equate it to the total area of ancient woodland, which includes the 16 hectares of plantation on ancient woodland sites. So I think the applicant would suggest that is a reasonable attempt, and we would also emphasise this is in addition to all the compensatory planting and a range of other processes that we've identified within the new Wayleave corridor as detailed within the forest design concept.
So, Mr. Kitchen, does that answer your question about it being additional?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, as far as I'm aware, it's additional out with any compensatory planting.
And then do you want to respond to Mr. O'Neill's point? With regard to the percentage?
Oh, without having the figures in front of me, yeah. Unfortunately, I can't do that at the moment. But yeah, that would seem accurate.
Dr. Ford.
Let's just be clear about this, Mom, please. This is kind of being presented as an alternative. That the 2% against the 2 hectares against the 26 hectares, that is not an equivalence. What we're talking about here is felling 26 hectares and the destruction of that habitat. And at some point, the 2 hectares may grow back into something that might be many years away. We're not talking about current equivalents in any way, shape or form. Thank you, Mum.
Mr. Thompson.
Nothing more, Ma'am.
And Mr. Kerr.
Yes, please, ma'am. If I understand this properly, the landowners will have this final decision, so there are no guarantees here at all about any planting.
Anything else on the replanting of those areas of woodland to be decommissioned? Okay, since we're having a bit later lunch today, I'll continue with the final question on this section. So my question is for the other parties this time. Do parties agree with the applicant that the greatest threat to biodiversity is climate change? And that's set out in paragraph 3.2.3 of the applicant's response to comments on the procedure notice. And we'll start with Mr. Kitching. So do parties agree that the applicant that the greatest threat to biodiversity is climate change?
I would say climate change is, but also on the same hand of that, with equal power, should be the nature crisis as well.
Dr. Forward.
I think I've already said earlier on, Mom, no is the simple answer. I understand Mr. Bell's point that in addressing climate change, there's a hope that you might do something about biodiversity, but the two are very, very tenuous to the point of stretching credibility, to be frank. The nature crisis is quite rightly identified, not just in MPF 4 and the Minister's forward, but also in the coming, if you like, biodiversity strategy. It now sits with equal weight, and the idea that you're going to help biodiversity by addressing climate change doesn't work for me, I'm afraid, Mum.
Mr. Thompson.
The greatest danger to biodiversity is human activity, which takes many different forms, and obviously one of its main manifestations at the moment is greenhouse gas emissions. And yes, you could say that climate change globally may indeed be the greatest threat to biodiversity, but that doesn't translate into prescriptions for exactly how you strike the balance between biodiversity and climate change objectives at the local level. And I just underline the point that is made in MPF 4, which talks about rebalancing the planning system in favour of conserving, restoring and enhancing biodiversity. And the rebalancing, I think, is very much about giving greater weight to biodiversity against other traditional considerations.
And just to be clear, can you give the policy and paragraph that you're referring to in MPF 4? Sorry, can you just switch on your microphone? Thank you.
I'm going back to the National Spatial Strategy, where it appears on. I find the page reference for you. I think it's page 9.
Is it the penultimate sentence, or all of that page?
I think it's the penultimate sentence, but sorry, I'll have to check that.
Are you happy with that, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, sorry, I'm having difficulty finding it now, but
perhaps if I could suggest over the break you have a look and give us the reference after the break. Is that okay, Mr. Thompson?
yes, that's fine.
Mr. Kerr, have you anything to say?
Just to back up what Mr. Thompson's saying. Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Just agreeing with Mr. Thompson's statement.
Okay, Ms. Wilson, Mr. Bell.
Ma'am, if I could lead off, through you, could I put a question to Mr. Thompson? As I noted, one of his answers to you, he considered that the nature crisis should be given greater weight against other traditional or other policy considerations traditionally considered in relation to traditional forms of development. Would he accept that meeting the climate ambition is not a traditional consideration, and that this form of transmission grid infrastructure is not a traditional form of built development?
Mr. Thompson.
Traditional is obviously a dangerous word to use. I was probably ill-advised to use it, but clearly the construction of grid infrastructure does go back quite a long way. After all, the line that is proposed to be replaced here is getting on for 100 years old. So that's quite a long time, certainly in terms of the current planning regime. And in terms of the climate change objective, that has obviously come on the scene considerably more recently than that. But I think it's fair to say it was already a major preoccupation at the time of NPF 3, and we're now talking about NPF 4, and that is where this point about rebalancing occurs, once I can pin it down. So I think to that extent you can say that NPF 4 is asserting that greater weight, relatively speaking, should be given to biodiversity considerations than was the practice under previous planning policy.
Can you just turn off your microphone, Mr. Thompson? Thank you. Ms. Wilson?
I'll leave Mr. Bell to pick up on that because it's related to points that he also was picking up on.
Thank you. Yes, it's just I want to pick up first on Mr. Ford's point. If I've got him noted correctly, that there's a tenuous link between climate action and biodiversity crisis. And I would just want to reinforce the conclusion that has been set out in the hearing statement on which the question is based. And that goes back to the very front of the first hearing statement in August, where I referred to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 6th Assessment Report, and in particular APP 007.006, and the quote in the press release, which says the scientific evidence is unequivocal. Climate change is a threat to human well-being and the health of the planet. Any further delay in concerted global action will miss a brief and rapidly closing window to secure a livable future. Now, the health of the planet is not just for humans, it's for the whole biodiversity, as we know. And that's why I wanted to bring it back to the fundamental point that the greatest threat to biodiversity is climate change. I think that is recognised in NPF4 when it's read as a whole. And these macro-level documents may seem distant, but the UK and Scottish Government legislative provisions are based on the Paris Agreement, the IPCC recommendations, and of course the Committee on Climate Change. So I think it's important to bear that bigger picture in mind. And in my hearing statement, the paragraph reference for that quote is paragraph 2.2.4 of, that's the hearing statement of August 2022. Thank you. And in my further submissions, it's paragraph 3.2.3.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Any more comments on that point? Dr. Ford.
Thank you, Mum. The point that Mr. Thompson quite rightly makes is that if we have climate change at the current rate and continues to accelerate, then obviously we not only destroy human life, we destroy biodiversity life as well. So that point is not contested, Mr. Bell. The point, however, is that at this policy level, in NPF4, these two matters are now put in balance. So whilst you are, I understand your motivation to say that you're addressing climate change is sound. I accept that, assuming that it delivers what it's meant to deliver. But the question is still that you have to deal with the biodiversity issue as a consequence of the development within this local context. So when I'm saying it's a tenuous link, the tenuous link is the fact that we might ultimately just destroy the planet completely. So I accept that, and obviously we want to avoid that. But the problem is not just now. These days, in the last few years, we've recognised the problem is not just about climate change. The problem is about biodiversity as well, on a global and on a Scottish level. Scotland has a considerable opportunity to deal with biodiversity. It's evident in the biodiversity strategy, which I appreciate we'll come to later on. But the point is, we have to start addressing biodiversity with the same preeminence as we do have to address climate change, and that is now evident in NPF4 with the policy ones giving equal balance. Thank you, Mark.
Anything else on the greatest threat to biodiversity is climate change?
One very brief point. I think I would agree with Mr. Ford in terms of looking at the context of the development. We need to come down to that for this application. But I think we'll see that in Policy 11 when we get to that shortly. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
Can I just take this opportunity to reiterate something that we've said in at least two of our statements in the past, which is that we do not question from the Biosphere Partnership Board the need to tackle the climate change challenge and the fact that that is going to require more renewable energy generation and the associated grid infrastructure to facilitate that. We're not questioning that. we're just saying, what price are you prepared to pay in terms of the damage to other interests to achieve that? And we believe that it would be worth paying a higher price than is being paid in this particular scheme. And when I say higher price, I mean a financial price. I don't mean a price in terms of damage to the other interests. And I know that is very much a routing issue, and I apologise for introducing it, but it is so fundamental to our whole approach to the proposal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Okay, we're now just approaching 11:30, so I suggest we take a short break until 11:45. Thank you. And then we'll be moving on to item 2B on the agenda. Okay, if everybody's settled, we'll make a start. First of all, Mr. Thompson, have you had a chance to clarify the paragraph in MPF 4?
I have, thank you, ma'am. It is on page 9, as I suggested, and it comes in the section which is headed, sorry. It's headed cross-cutting outcome and policy links, improving biodiversity, and the last paragraph there is devoted to policy 3, and the first two sentences read, most significantly, policy 3 plays a critical role in ensuring that development will secure positive effects for biodiversity. It rebalances the planning system in favour of conserving, restoring, enhancing biodiversity, and promotes investment in nature-based solutions benefiting people and nature. And it goes on at some.
And just before we move on to item B, 2B on the agenda, has anyone got any further comments on item 2A? So item 2B, MPF 4, policy 4, natural places. So my first question is, do other parties agree with the applicant's argument that policy NE2 of the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan is incompatible with policy 4, natural places of MPF 4? And that's set out in paragraph 2.10.6 of the applicant's comments on the procedure notice. I'll start with Dr. Ford.
I have to say, Mark, I actually haven't really considered it because I didn't think it was the greatest, most important issue to be dealt with. I appreciate there is the contest between the local planning policy MPF, I can't remember the number. And we've also got, obviously, the Chief Planner's letter in terms of talking about the balance between the two, but to be frank, Ma'am, I haven't really given it much consideration beyond that. I apologise for that. And that's because essentially, the issue is about what policy 4 is actually saying. So I didn't really go much into the mechanics of trying to fit the two local plan and national development plan policies together, and if you like, go through the mechanics of it. So apologies for that one. Oh, right. In that sense, policy D quite clearly identifies landscape areas in the LDP. And as far as I'm concerned, I had no doubt that the RSA is a landscape area within the LDP. And therefore, we have to go through looking at the impact of Policy 4D and the wider issues of Policy 4.
That they consider the local development plan policy is not in conformity with MPF 4 Policy 4.
Not really, ma'am, no. As far as I'm concerned, the issue is about MPF 4 and we'll get into the mechanics of which takes precedence and all this kind of thing. So, and I suspect we're going to deal with that under the Chief Planner's letter, but I haven't really given it much thought, ma'am, to be frank. So.
Not having to say anything on that, thanks, ma'am.
Mr. Thompson.
I would just say that I don't think it is by any means self-evident that there is a conflict between the two of them. I mean, policy 4D in NPF 4 still talks about landscape areas in the LDP will only be supported where, and then lists a couple of conditions for that, criteria for that. And although they're not the same criteria as the one in policy NE2, they're not totally dissimilar. And I think the compatibility of the two is something that will probably have to be explored in the further development of local development plans.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Kerr.
Just basically dealing with the NPF 4 should sort out any issues with the local development plan or any disagreements.
Thank you. I've just...
Mr. Bell.
I would just reiterate that the applicant's position is that the policies, i.e. policy NE2 of the LDP, is fundamentally different to that which is now contained within policy 4, paragraph D of NPF 4, such that it is an incompatibility, it is in conflict, and it is a contradiction, as per the Chief Planner's letter. It's a very short policy, NA2, and if I could just take it briefly, it says that development which affects a regional scenic area may be supported if the Council is satisfied that the factors taken into account in designating the area would not be significantly adversely affected. So, even if there's a significant effect, an applicant would expect a development not to be supported, even if it was national development. And that just cannot be reconciled with the new provisions of paragraph D. And there are two limbs to the new policy. I don't know if you want to come on to that yet or just leave that for a later question. Okay. Fine. Thank you.
Any other comments on that about policy 4? No. All the points that I had in relation to policy 4 natural places. Anyone else got any other comments they want to make at this time? On to item 2C, policy 6, forestry, woodland and trees. So my question first of all is for the applicant, and can you please explain, does the applicant consider that the proposal conflicts with criteria 1, 2 and 3 of criterion B, policy 6?
The position is that there is an acknowledgement of a degree of conflict with aspect of paragraph B in terms of ancient woodland. In terms of impact on native woodland, there would be some impact, and in a moment I will ask Mr O'Neill to come in on that, and also to comment in terms of the fragmentation of woodland habitats, but recognising that mitigation is proposed in line with the mitigation hierarchy which the applicant considers is appropriate. And there is then a wider planning policy position to take, which brings us back to policy 11 as the lead policy, which requires the impacts to be considered in a certain way. And it's also relevant to make reference to the Chief Planner's letter, but I don't want to go on at length at the moment on those points because we're coming to those in the agenda. But if I could turn to Mr O'Neill to comment in particular in terms of the native woodland matter and the fragmentation or severing of woodland, because we've covered ancient woodland already. Thank you.
So it's in relation to criteria 1, 2 and 3.
Yes, ma'am. Probably just as simple to go through it in the order they're written. The loss of ancient woodland. My colleague, Mr Bell, has already commented that the applicant identifies that there will be a loss of ancient woodland as a result of the project. But what we have done is we have demonstrated through the initial routing process and with the constraints of the fixed points for connection that the routing has taken into consideration the extent of ancient woodlands under a number of different routes. And as I explained in an earlier hearing, we identified the reduced impact of the final route that was chosen over a number of other routes that were considered. With regard to the native woodland, hedgerows and individual trees, native woodlands and ancient semi-natural woodlands in this project are reasonably similar. There are two recognised surveys. There's one, the Ancient Woodland Index, which is an older one which specifically deals with ancient woodlands, being by their nature having been there for a long time. And the Native Woodland Survey of Scotland additionally adds on more recently planted or created native woodlands, which have been planted by man rather than having been there historically. I don't think we need to differentiate in terms of numerically between those two, in the native woodland area and the ancient semi-natural woodland area are very similar. With regard to hedgerows and individual trees, hedgerows, we have not identified the need for any works on hedgerows, and obviously the opportunity with an overhead line to overfly hedgerows is beneficial in that end. Individual trees goes back to some of my earlier comments with regard to the opportunity for crown reduction. There's not been a detailed survey done of those individual trees and where each of those individual trees could have mitigative works undertaken in terms of crown reduction rather than felling. The landscape of the route doesn't have, in our view, a huge number of those types of trees, and history has shown that where they appear in isolation, there are often opportunities to undertake the crown reduction works, because by their nature they tend to be single and therefore fairly stable trees where that work can be delivered. The third point in fragmentation, I think we have discussed at the earlier point this morning the opportunities for addressing fragmentation through the forest design concept, and both within the existing proposed route and also on the decommissioned route, the opportunity to reverse fragmentation.
Thank you, Mr O'Neill. And then I'll just pass over to Mr Kitching. In your view, does the proposal conflict with criterion 1, 2 and 3?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, with regards point 1, obviously it clearly states in there that loss of ancient woodland will have an adverse impact on the ecological condition. And obviously the proposal that's in front shows that. I know that there's been discussions at previous hearings about different technologies and different methodologies about to reduce that, but obviously that's not in front of us as part of this application. I accept Mr O'Neill's comments with regards to the native woodlands being very similar into looking with them as ancient woodlands, and not much difference between the two categories. And I accept that obviously hedgerows and individual trees can be activities around them can be mitigated against through work that they're proposing. With regards to fragmentation...
Sorry, Mr Kitching, just to make sure I understand, so you're saying there's no conflict with criterion 2?
With regards to that can be mitigated against, as is proposed, with regards for individual trees, individual tree management, and for the native woodlands, we would probably bring that all in due to the very slight differences. We would look at it as an overall, and we would see the native woodland, because there's not a huge difference between the two areas. We would see that there isn't too much of a conflict, and we would look at that as compensatory, ideally as compensatory planting. I suppose the point I'm trying to make is that the major conflict that we see is with regards to point 1 of the ancient woodlands. And that comes into account, that sort of justified by what is identified in the woodland removal policy. So with regards to native woodlands, we don't see that, or with regards hedgerows and individual trees, the mitigation that's been outlined and been discussed now by Mr O'Neill, we would see that as not causing conflict. With regards to fragmentation, I suppose this is where we look at it as by interfering with the habitat in itself, by cutting the line through, would cause fragmentation and the disturbance as part of the development phase of the project, and we would see that that would go against what obviously his compartment is point 3. As I mentioned earlier, by reinstating new woodland, I think which they're proposing would offset that fragmentation, but obviously it is if we can remove the idea of removing woodland in the first place, that's obviously the preferred option.
Thank you, Mr Kitching. Doctor, with the same criteria.
Simple answer is, ma'am, yes, I believe there's a conflict with the policies here. Test 1 is actually fairly black and white. Essentially, it says the development proposal will not be supported where they result in any loss of ancient woodland and veteran trees. The applicants clearly accept that there will be loss. Point 1 doesn't go on to consider any compensatory measures or anything like that. It's a black and white test. In terms of 2, adverse impacts on native woodland, there clearly would be adverse impacts. I appreciate that they're offering mitigation, but it doesn't actually avoid the adverse impact on the native woodland. On point 3, the fragmentation of woodland habitats, it's very self-evident that on any proposal cutting through extensive forestry and woodland is going to cause separation and segmentation of woodland habitats. The test for 3, though, is about the level of whether there's appropriate mitigation to address that. And the applicant has talked about compensatory compensatory planting, and we've heard some warm words about trying to address the fragmentation of woodland habitats by addressing it. But the test is whether that is appropriate enough, and whether there is sufficient. By crude calculation, I think we've got something like 20 kilometres, is it, through woodland? Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Which is a very heavy, and we're talking about an 80-metre wide swathe, a very heavy clearance and a very heavy segmentation. But to my mind, we're not seeing the level of appropriate mitigation here that will seek to address that. I appreciate there's lots of, the applicant, if you like, before this test was put up, was dealing with compensatory planting and so on, and has sought to consider woodland habitat. But I think we're now in a position where the appropriate mitigation has to be more stronger than that. Thank you.
Mr.
I'd just like to echo what Dr. Ford has said.
And Mr. Kerr.
Yeah, the proposed route cannot escape the effect of 1, 2 and 3. And again, the English, any loss of ancient woodlands. That seems, as Dr. Ford said, pretty black and white. There's no dubiety there. And yet it's going to affect quite severely. There are 0.2 individual trees. The beech hedge, I believe, in Lauriston might well be affected in this case. So there are elements there as well. I think the proposed route, as I say, all three areas are going to play a part. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. We'll come back to the applicant, Mr. Bell.
Thank you. Just a factual position. I think the beech hedge at Lauriston is not affected. Mr. O'Neill can come in and give absolute confirmation, but that's the applicant's position. So that needs to be noted. I think in terms of the approximate 20-kilometre distance of the route through woodland, it needs to be noted that of that approximate figure, it's 3.7 kilometres in ancient woodland, and a further 1.9 of PAWS, PAWS. And in terms of enough mitigation, the term in the policy is appropriate mitigation in Roman 3 of paragraph B. And we've explored at some length this morning the facts and circumstances of the proposed mitigation and how that would be secured. The applicant's position is that that is appropriate mitigation, and acknowledging that there is some impact on forestry, woodland and trees, that, as we will come to shortly, needs to be looked at in terms of policy 11, in terms of how we handle that impact.
May I just interrupt with a point of information? It's not correct to call it a beech. If I may, through you, may I just interrupt with a point of information? It's not correct to call it a beech hedge. I'm sure we all know that because we've all seen it. It's a beech avenue, and an avenue of beech trees.
I think that's accepted by everybody. Anything else on criteria 1, 2 or 3? The applicant seems to, in their statements and has on various occasions this morning, differentiated between the pause woodland and the rest of the ancient woodland. For example, at paragraph 2.2.12 of their response to the comments of Scottish Forestry. My understanding of the applicant's comments is that the 16.36 hectares of pause woodland is less important than the rest of the 42.37 hectares proposed for removal. First of all, just to confirm, is that correct? Is my understanding correct, Mr O'Neill?
Yes, ma'am, that is our interpretation in terms of qualifying the value of the different types of woodland. If there's any benefit, I can explain that a pause woodland is a plantation on an ancient woodland site. Inference being that at some point after 1750 or by 1750, there was an ancient woodland on that site. That ancient woodland had subsequently been removed and planted, in the case of Ben Ann Forest, by Forestry Commission or Forest and Land Scotland, as they're now known, with a commercial conifer crop of Sitka spruce. What we are presenting is that by that action and by the ground preparation, disturbance and planting of a conifer crop on the site, it has a reduced value in terms of its ancient woodland criteria. And while we have recognised and we've presented within our figures, we've included it in the total area of the ancient woodland site as at the 42 hectares. That 16 out of 42 is currently growing a commercial crop of conifer.
And then I'd like to ask Scottish Forestry if they agree with this differentiation between pause and the rest of the ancient woodland. Mr Kitching.
Thank you, Ma'am. Whilst, yes, there is a distinction between the two, we would see the two as having level power, or should I say level, sorry, I've got my, can't think of the word, due to the potential to revert that pause back to an ancient woodland over a period of time, due to the habitat and that's potentially present there, subject to obviously to various assessments. But there, in short, there is the potential to return that pause back to an ancient woodland habitat.
So you don't see any differentiation in pause and the rest?
No, no.
I have nothing to add, ma'am. It's beyond my technical ability.
Mr Thompson, any views?
No, I'm happy to defer to my colleague on the left here from Scottish Forestry.
Kerr.
Nothing to add.
Anything else, Mr O'Neill?
I think Mr O'Neill would like to ask a question through you, ma'am, of Mr Kitching.
Mr O'Neill.
Yes, ma'am. Question to Mr Kitchen, and I think it would be useful to get his understanding of if we are not to differentiate between the pause and the native woodland, ancient woodland. It'd be interesting to get his interpretation of why Forest and Land Scotland in the last 15 or so years chose to plant commercial conifer on the site when at that stage it would have been recognised as an ancient woodland site with a pause designation. The inference I would, if I can start to answer the question, the inference would be that Forest and Land Scotland at that point, when they reviewed the ancient woodland values of the site, considered them of significantly less importance and thereby not determining that they should have been restored to ancient woodland, but that they were happy to plant it with a commercial conifer crop.
Okay, Mr Kitching, and Obviously, you're not speaking on behalf of Scottish Land Scotland, so you can make that clear as well.
Yeah, as I say, I would like to make that clear that obviously the objectives for Forestry Land Scotland or Forestry Commission Scotland at the time were probably different as they are now, but there is seen to be an understanding that where PAWs are present, people are looking to reinstate them back to ancient woodlands if the site is suitable.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes, can I just add on that, not being constrained by being a member of a public body any longer anyway. A lot of mistakes were made in the past in woodland creation, amongst other things, and you can see a changed emphasis on restoring semi-natural woodland as being part of the same policy progression as the greater emphasis being put on biodiversity and NPF4 generally. So I don't think what happened in the past should necessarily be a guide to what happens in the future. The other point I wanted to make from a biosphere point of view is that Galloway in particular is a very heavily commercially afforested area. The amount of native woodland is really quite small, and therefore, certainly from our perspective, we do see the safeguarding of that native woodland resource, whether it is truly ancient or rather more recent, or indeed potential, albeit over a very long time scale, is an important objective for the biosphere, the management of the biosphere, and that is reflected in some of the documents we produce, like our Natural Heritage Management Plan, which I appreciate is not lodged, but I just refer to the fact that we have devoted quite a lot of attention to this.
Thompson. Mr. O'Neill, anything else to add? And still on this policy, but moving on to undergrounding. In your view, Mr. Kitching, how much would the impact on ancient woodland be reduced by undergrounding those sections of the route? And I know it's hard for you to answer, but if you could give me some idea, would this satisfy the Scottish Forestry objection?
With regards undergrounding, there will still be a loss of ancient woodland due to its due to the design and installation element of the activity. That loss would still be there. However, it would be a less significant loss than due to the swathe that would be removed than it would be with the current proposal.
And I know you may have swerved it, but in relation to your objection.
I think we'd still have to hold up the objection, and this comes on to point C within Policy 6 with regards to the woodland removal, Scottish Government's policy on woodland removal. The woodland removal policy has a hierarchy that says ancient woodlands should be maintained and preserved, and compensatory planting obviously is not in part of that. Only compensatory planting should be put in place once, obviously, out with the ancient woodland site. So the main emphasis is to the preservation and restoration of ancient woodland.
Dr. Ford, any comments?
Yes, Mum. I'm just checking something basically, which is that it's the level of fragmentation of the protected woodland, the ancient woodland basically, and I can't recall whilst I think there are pockets, I think they're in several different parts, and I think undergrounding wouldn't be in simply one section, and I think that leads to technical problems with the proposal of going overhead, underground, overhead, underground, overhead, underground. I can well understand why the applicant might be, from a purely engineering technical perspective, might be very uncomfortable with that. You've obviously got your ceiling end compounds, but there's also there are more complications to it than that. You've got things like reactive power to deal with and quite complex technical issues which are best minimised. So I suspect the applicant wouldn't be terribly interested in the idea of underground. I know they've looked at underground in one or two sections between Glenley and Tongland, but that's what I was just trying to check, is the separation of the ancient woodland into different areas, how segregated, how separate it is. Because if they've got to do it more than once or twice, then it becomes uneconomic, I suspect.
Would you like to come back on that point?
Yeah, I agree. It does get to the point of trying to marry up with the point of undergrounding against how it's going to work on the ground. You may end up with a curve effect of up and down, which overall would obviously have a logistical nightmare and potentially economical constraints to spend itself. Unfortunately, that's the issue with having a fragmented habitat. From our point of view, it would be best to go, if undergrounding was an option, we'd look to try and minimise that up and over as much as possible.
Can I just come back on one quick point, Mum, which is that if you were undergrounding in sections, my suspicion is that you wouldn't necessarily take this overall route. If you were prepared to underground in sections, you wouldn't necessarily want to choose this preferred route. This route has really been arrived at by avoiding and minimising effects at different points, and if you took a different approach, a different strategy, if you like, to consider underground in sections, you might actually finish up moving other sections as well.
Mr. Thompson.
Dr. Ford has shot my fox to some extent. I would make the point that you would almost certainly adopt a different route if you wanted to underground all or more of the route that's proposed. And to take an extreme example, and I'm aware that I'm not familiar with the technical practicality of that, but if you actually undergrounded on the existing overhead route, then all the damage to the habitats has already been done. Therefore, there would be no risk effectively certainly to woodland interests because they've been removed. So it does seem to me that if you're prepared to contemplate undergrounding, then certainly you might well be choosing a very different route from the one currently proposed. And that's even without mentioning the bottom of Loch Ken.
Mr. Kerr.
You may be surprised to hear that I would support undergrounding from everything I've heard over the recent months, and a change of route, in that there's going to be disruption in the other route, so why not go with the existing line? So for all sorts of reasons, undergrounding's logic.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Back to the applicant. Any comments on what's been said? And then still on the point of undergrounding for the applicant, I know we've spoken about it in the past, but is it still the applicant's case that it would be beyond my remit to recommend attaching planning conditions requiring the undergrounding of sections of the overhead line? Instead, if I considered that this was necessary to make the proposal acceptable, I would recommend that consent should not be granted. Ms. Wilson.
Yes, ma'am, it is. You don't have sufficient information to evaluate any proposals that have come to the objectives. The only possible... You don't have the necessary information to evaluate sections that objectors may have identified, which have not been covered in the undergrounding cable study report. But separately to that, as you're talking about sections, you would need to have an assessment as to what associated equipment would be required, such as sealing end compounds and reactors, in order to understand the cost implications. And it is necessarily a balancing exercise of cost against environmental considerations.
Just repeat that final point.
It is necessarily a balancing exercise of costs against environmental considerations.
And any comments on that, Mr. Kitchen?
I suppose it just echoes what I was trying to say, is that obviously undergrounding will have, there'll be different costs associated with that, and therefore obviously it's obviously not presented as part of this application, but the way it sits at this moment in time, the proposed application will have that impact on ancient woodlands, but obviously the use of undergrounding will have also an economical effect and a potential a redesign.
Forward.
Sorry, Mom, but could you just... I want to get the precise wording of your question, if you like. Could you just repeat the question?
I asked the applicant.
Yeah.
So their case that we cannot find the unit to recommend attaching planning conditions requiring the underground in certain sections of the line. Instead, if I considered that this is necessary to make the proposal acceptable, I would recommend the consent should not be granted.
Right. I think, and usually I'm in a position to incline to agree with Ms. Wilson here. I don't think you do have enough information to be able to put that out. Unfortunately, the position you're in, you're making a black and white decision on this proposal, and you're well aware that we've suggested alternatives. I won't go into them. But I can see the technical complexity and the economic complexities from the point of view of the applicant, as I've already mentioned, and therefore I think at the end of the day, you are in this black and white decision situation. Thanks, Mom.
Mr. Thompson.
I don't feel competent to opine on this, although I suspect the applicant may be right. But that in turn raises questions about whether the whole process that has led us to this point is actually well conceived. And that's not a criticism of yourself or anybody else, I'd say.
And Mr.
Just as stated, it's cost implications against environmental considerations, and I think that's what it's been all along. How can you put a value on environmental issues? Very difficult to do so and compare against cost implications. Environmental considerations are what we're doing. Is it recoverable? cost implications. It's been proven in the past that it's recoverable. So to my mind, there's no debate about it. It's undergrounding. Thank you.
Mark, could I just add one brief point here? Is that in the event that you're not inclined to support the proposal, it is fairly obvious that the applicant will be able to come back with different proposals. And I think that's just worth putting on the table. So that there might be another solution that's not the solution on the table, but it really would depend upon the applicant finding that and then going back through an appropriate process. Thank you.
Ms Wilson.
Thank you, ma'am. If I could respond to that suggestion from Dr. Ford, that has to be looked at in the context that there has been detailed examination of different undergrounding alternatives as reported in the underground cable study section that looked at all the competing different factors, technical, economic and environmental. And what Mr. Ford has ignored consistently throughout his 2 hearing statements for this session is the question of end-of-life status for this asset, and that it is urgently in need of replacement. And separately, the driver in MPF4 exactly mirrors this, both end-of-life and replacement of assets, and secondly, the great need for speed in delivering grid reinforcement. And the suggestion that the simple solution is to recommend refusal suggests that you completely leave out of account these important policy considerations and the drivers for the project, and that would not be legitimate. And what Dr. Ford is doing is encouraging you on a naive path that would lead you into legal challenge.
Okay, anything else on the point of undergrinding? In general, any other comments on Policy 6, Forestry, Woodland and Trees, before we move on? So moving on to Policy 11, Energy. So my first question is for the applicant. Policy 11 says significant weight must be placed on the contribution of the proposal to renewable energy generation targets and greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. Would the applicant please explain what the proposal's contributions to these are? Then other parties will have the chance to comment. Mr. Bell.
Thank you. Yes, this penultimate section of paragraph E of Policy 11 requires consideration of the contribution in the context of considering the impacts of the development. So I think it's important to bear that in mind, and we've covered some of those this morning as well as in previous sessions. In my hearing statement, I address this from paragraph 2.8.8, and I think before getting on to the specifics of the contribution, I think the contribution needs to be seen in the context as well of timescales, and that further underscores the value of the contribution. And I would just refer briefly to page 6 of NPF4, which on the left-hand column, last paragraph, states that in terms of the net zero target by 2045, we must make significant progress towards this by 2030. And we'll maybe come on to it later, but the whole spatial strategy, and in particular, is driven by looking at 2030 targets, not just for net zero, but we also see on page 6 for biodiversity loss by 2030 as well. Now, in my statement at the end of paragraph 2.8.8, sorry, I should say at the start of paragraph 2.8.9, I make the point that the contributions to be considered are inextricably linked to the scale of this project, and the contributions that relate to not just renewable energy generation targets, but also greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. This matter has already been set out in previous evidence, and I've highlighted Chapter 2 of the August 2022 hearing statement, and I've reiterated that in terms of the contribution, that it would be to enable an increased secure export capability to the transmission system of 334 megawatts, and in addition a further 334 megawatts on a non-firm basis. So 334 megawatts of renewable capacity and a further 334 megawatts. So that is the overall contribution. And as at the date that was written. Yes, as at the date that was written. So I've used the same figures as the previous hearing statement. And if we look at that enabling contribution, we know from the minimum threshold of capacity for a national development in terms of a generating station, that is 50 megawatts. So that would be, put simply, 12 times the minimum threshold of a nationally important development in terms of a generating station. Now, the timescale for delivery as well would be pre-2030. So the contribution is important, not simply in terms of the quantification of renewable capacity that can be delivered, but by the what is important is the timescale in which it can be delivered. And if we look at the statement of need for national development within NPF 4, it makes the point, the first sentence of the statement of need on page 103, additional electricity generation from renewables and electricity transmission capacity of scale is fundamental to achieving a net zero economy. And also at the top of page 103, it's in the second paragraph, it states a large and rapid increase in electricity generation from renewable sources will be essential for Scotland to meet its net zero emissions targets. So what the project delivers is scale, and it also delivers a near-term contribution to those challenging 2030 targets for generation and emissions reduction. So I'll call a halt there, but that would be, in very summary terms, the contribution to be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Dr. Ford. Sorry? Oh, Mr. Campbell. I said Dr. Ford.
Sorry, Mum. Side issues. Right. So essentially what Mr. Bell is talking about is 300 odd firm and 300 odd non-firm generation, which I think, and he can correct me if I'm wrong here, I think he's talking about existing connected. No? Okay.
Is that existing connected?
No, it's not.
Okay, that's fine. We need to... This point about benefit is vital to the whole consideration here. And we need to break the project down into different components here, because I think there are different circumstances in different parts and different applications within the overall KTR project. Going north from Glenlee, where the generation from the Newton Stewart and Glenluce direction comes in, and there is obviously the hydro schemes, the very small hydro schemes, in fact, just north of that as well. And there's also proposals to connect other wind farms, quite large wind farms, in fact, to that section between Glenlee and New Cumnock, which I appreciate goes beyond pod quality, but is the intention to connect to. So I can see that there may be a case for contribution to arise in those circumstances, in that area, in that location. But the situation south of Glenlee is different. The only point that Glenlee connects to going south is Tongland, and we've heard evidence in the earlier sessions about the very limited generation capacity that's connected to Tongland at the moment, and that is proposed to be connected to Tongland in the future. Dr. Kadzar presented one connection for, I think it was Morecambe Fell, where the application has been turned down, but that was on his list. And earlier we heard evidence from me that the prospect of renewable energy connecting at Tongland is actually pretty thin. Because largely it's an unsuitable area. The track record shows that it's a very unsuitable area. So whilst we've got a fairly substantial tranche of renewable generation connecting to Glenlee and northwards, connecting to Tongland, we're in an entirely different situation. There is hardly anything. So realistically, the potential for the section between Glenlee and Tongland to make a contribution to addressing climate change, putting all other issues aside, is not made, not proven. Mr. Bell goes on to talk about exporting to the system. We need to be reminded here that there are physical bottlenecks or constraints north from New Cumnock. That's evidenced by the applicant's document, and I think it's app 001.007 and 8. But I can check that. So we know that there's constraints further upstream, if you like. The other thing that happens at New Cumnock is there's also other connections coming into New Cumnock other than the connection from Glenlee. There's a spur going off down towards Sancta, essentially, which also has a fair amount of generation capacity connected to it. So essentially we have a situation where, because of that bottleneck, and the reason why Ofgem has given the derogation to not meet the normal standards there is because there is a bottleneck. So we can't actually get much more energy out of this area. And therefore there is quite limited benefit. Limited is not the right word, a marginal benefit. Because essentially we are not getting the energy out onto the wider system, as Mr. Bell describes it. I'll just briefly touch on the fact that the energy also can't get out of Scotland when Scotland has excess energy, which we've covered in the earlier evidence. As a result of that, the value of the contribution towards addressing both the renewable energy targets and also addressing climate change emissions must be seen as finite and essentially this picture that the applicant paints, that energy is just flowing out and it's all going somewhere, has to be really kind of checked and put into context, which is the fact that it is finite. There isn't an unlimited capacity, and as the derogation shows, north of which includes, I think, from Glenlee to New Cumnock and north of New Cumnock, there is finite limited capacity, and therefore the amount of contribution that can be made is quite limited. I think that particularly comes into play between Glenlee and Tongland, where there's marginally any generation to be connected, and this policy 11E, this contribution, is a weighing of the contribution against the environmental impacts. And essentially, if you don't have any contribution to make, any useful contribution to make, then certainly my position is that you have to give greater value to the adverse environmental impacts that are going on. I'm happy to answer any questions, obviously, on that. I appreciate that's quite complex, Ma'am, and if the applicant wants to come back, or you, Ma'am, happy to expand.
Mr. Kitchen, have you any comments on this issue?
No comments on that matter.
I won't pretend to have expertise in the whole area of grid capacity and constraints. However, I do think the situation we seem to be in increasingly is that the economics of renewable energy generation, and including, if you like, the competition between onshore and offshore wind development, means that only very tall turbines are now remotely economically viable. And turbines on that sort of scale have repeatedly been rejected, including by reporters and ministers, in cases that have gone to them in the southern part of the Stewartry. And recently, those appeal decisions include ones at Morecambe Fell, which Dr. Ford has mentioned, and Garcrogo, which, to my mind, does reinforce the point that Dr. Ford has made about just what the renewable energy potential of the southern Stewartry is. I accept the point that was made earlier, that there may be quite an urgent need to upgrade, replace the existing grid infrastructure due to its age, although I do note that age constraints seem to have been consistently rolled forward, if you like, over many years now. Nonetheless, but there is then a question of what scale of development is actually required realistically in this area. But the other point I would make is that the sensitivity to tall structures, which has been highlighted in the decisions about some of these wind farm cases, reinforces, underlines, if you like, the sensitivity of a lot of these landscapes to large built structures, tall built structures. And there's no doubt that the sort of pylons that are being proposed are significantly larger and more intrusive than the ones that they would be replacing.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Kerr.
Yes, it is a complicated issue which I find difficult to follow. I do believe more investigation is required. My own ambition is that areas like ours should be a metal-free area, hence the reason I do go on about undergrounding. So I would like to see more investigation regarding the demand that's required of electricity, energy.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Mr. Bell.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat at length any of the need case evidence, but I would just flag in my original hearing statement of August 2022, section 2.6, the summary of the specific project need. So that's specific project need distinct from the wider policy framework. Sorry.
Have you got
2.6 of my hearing statement of August 2022. Document number? I don't think it was numbered. But there's a key paragraph in it where, this is 2.6.7, where I refer to the Ofgem conclusion that the project would deliver clearly defined outputs, namely the replacement of the ageing infrastructure, but also the provision of much needed transmission capacity. So that's set out in detail in that hearing statement.
So that was paragraph
2. That's correct. And I think in terms of NPF4, it's a long-term policy approach that NPF4 sets out. It looks to 2045. And I know we're going to come on to it in terms of the onshore wind policy statement. And onshore wind has been touched upon, and clearly the contribution that the development makes enables the delivery of that renewable generation capacity, which in turn enables the emissions reduction. But the onshore wind statement, and I appreciate we'll come on to it, but it does make it clear that there is a need for a substantial increase in installed capacity, and the target of 20 gigawatts of onshore wind by 2030 to be installed is set out. And we talked earlier about the contribution, so that contribution needs to be seen against that target as well. And there was a reference to the height of turbines in the landscape. Now, we will come on to it in section 3.6 of the onshore wind statement, which specifically refers to NPF4 and aspects of policy 11. And it makes it clear that
what paragraph and what document?
So, onshore wind policy statement, section 3.6, paragraph 3.6.1, states that turbines will be taller, and it has underlined this will change the landscape. Now, I appreciate that that's written with wind farms in mind, and we're not dealing with that today. And these will be structures that are substantially higher than what is proposed here. And applications are being submitted at the moment for 225 metres. Now, the highest structure in this proposal was 35 metres for Glenlee Tongland, with 29.4 metres on average. And it would not be logical to exclude a similar approach to dealing with landscape for this type of development compared to what the government is saying in relation to landscape change to achieve the 20 gigawatt target. It's clearly signalling to the decision maker that there will be change in the landscape. So that's all I wanted to say on that, but Ms Wilson has a few further points. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms Wilson.
The points that I have to make relative to the question of contribution in response to Dr Ford, where he seeks to rely upon the evidence from the technical and economic justification, could I first of all ask through you, when he refers to the renewable generation connecting at Tongland as being very minimal, specifically what is he referring to in megawatts?
Dr Ford.
from recollection, Ma'am, and I can go into the documents if you want me to, but from recollection, it's under 100 megawatts. And Mr. Bell's been talking about something approaching 700 megawatts. My understanding is that there's considerably more than that to connect to north of Glenlee. I think we're talking, well, from recollection, the capacity of the line north of Cumnock is 3,000 megawatts. And that's just from recollection, so I don't hold me to the numbers here, but that's a number that that the applicant themselves think is not sufficient for the area, for the region generally. So the 100 megawatts Tongland is a very small proportion of what's in the region. Could do the maths if you want me to, Ma'am, but it's small.
The information that I have from the evidence is that it's in excess of 100 megawatts predicted to connect at Tongland, in addition to the existing 35 megawatts that is connected. 35 megawatts. It wasn't as precise as that. 35 megawatts is connected. In excess of 100 megawatts is contracted to be connected. And the point that I would make, Ma'am, is that the submissions that Dr. Ford has made to you, the thrust of which is that the Glenlee-Tongland application or connection marginally has any energy to contract, is based upon his belief in his mind that there is a bottleneck associated with this development that means there is a very limited amount of additional energy that can be exported. This is a matter that will come to be examined through the closing submissions on the technical and economic justification. That was Dr. Ford's position in evidence. And just because this may come to be relevant to the issue that we have to deal with under agenda item 3 in the afternoon, or we are in the afternoon, later in the afternoon, the reason that the applicant has not objected to this evidence in the hearing statement in relation to MPF4 is that that was evidence before the inquiry session. That was evidence that Dr. Ford gave, for what it's worth, at the inquiry session. And the applicants had the opportunity not only to cross-examine Dr. Ford on evidence, but to lead Dr. Kadar in contradiction of that evidence. And I would invite you to note, in relation to the submissions that he made in answer to your question this afternoon, that his conclusions on policy is based entirely upon his own examination of the evidence, and giving you an account of that, he's totally ignored evidence that was not contradicted from Mr. Kadar, which is that the change of the system by the radialisation of the system, as opposed to the current interconnected system, will make very significant differences to the export capability. It will remove the bottleneck, and he has just simply ignored that evidence in the submission that he's made on MPF4. That's all I have to say, ma'am.
Okay, any other points on the renewable energy generation? Mr. Campbell.
I have a point in response to that, ma'am.
You're not veering into agenda item 3.
No, I'm not. Dr. Ford is criticised for giving his own evidence in response to the question you've asked for this agenda. He has not sought to go back over, for example, Mr. Kadar's evidence, because that's not a matter for today. It's a matter for closing submissions. And so with respect, I don't accept the criticism which you make because it's not relevant today. It's not your question. And what Dr. Ford, I think, has tried to do, he can speak for himself, of course, but what I think he's tried to do is confine himself to your question and not broaden the agenda. If one was to do that, one might look and see what the applicant's response, for example, to the bottleneck question is. We haven't heard from Mr. Bell about that. We haven't heard from Ms. Wilson about that. I'm not going there now. But this is a very specific session in response to very specific questions which we've had no notice of in advance. You deliberately, I'm sure, published a short agenda with headings rather than a series of questions, as is sometimes done. So I'm just cautious that you don't, or I will submit that you shouldn't accept this as a genuine criticism, because it's really it's a jury point that's being made here, and is not one that you should pay any attention to.
Dr. Ford.
I will follow Mr. Campbell's line and not go into other territory, but can I just pick up on a couple of points that Ms. Wilson's raised? I said 100 off the top of my head. If we're getting to 135, I think in the ballpark, because it doesn't compare to the order of magnitude that is north of Glenlee. In terms of Ms. Wilson's point that I'm relying on my own evidence, we are, of course, in the situation where, curiously, the community group presented evidence about the capacity of the lines, the available generation in the region, and the intended capacity on the lines. Strangely, that evidence wasn't available from the applicant in the original application. But my understanding is, my recollection is, that in Dr. Kadar's evidence, he essentially accepted my description of the capacities of the line and the available generation. There's maybe a few megawatts here and there where we haven't reconciled our numbers, but essentially the picture portrayed by me in my evidence that Ms. Wilson says is my evidence was actually accepted by Dr. Kadar.
No, ma'am, other than to say that this just proves the point that the issues that Dr. Ford has opened up in his hearing statements are matters for submission on the technical and inquiry session. Because ultimately, what is crucial to your application of the policy in Policy 11 is a sound understanding of the findings that are both reliable and indeed credible from that session, and that can be relied upon by you, Mr. Boulier, with confidence. And that's a matter that will have to be addressed through submission, and on the back of that, each party will put forward their submissions on Policy 11 and what should be taken as the contribution. But I would suggest to you that it's quite clear from Mr. Bell's evidence this morning and from his hearing statements that he's produced that he's very carefully analysed the evidence for the purposes of putting forward his submissions on Policy 11 and the contribution.
Okay, anything further on the contribution to renewable energy generation targets and greenhouse emissions reductions targets? Dr. Ford.
On that point about the numbers, ma'am, because it was in another session, I didn't go back to verify it. I didn't think it was a matter of discussion today.
Try and get one more question in before lunch. So would the applicant please turn to paragraph 2.8.10 of their response to the procedure notice, where you say that the application of significant weight to be afforded in relation to targets also needs to be applied in addition to the provisions of Policy 1, tackling the climate and nature crisis, You can just explain that and then we'll let other parties comment.
Thank you. So we've yes.
2.8.10. Yeah. 2.
Thank you. So we've covered the clear direction to the decision maker to apply significant weight in terms of the contribution of a development to specific targets in Policy 11. What we haven't covered is Policy 1 in NPF 4, which is on page 36, and that is a very short policy. It states, when considering all development proposals, significant weight will be given to the global climate and nature crises. So again, that's a departure from conventional practice that we had with SPP, where there's a direction as to the amount of weight to be given to a matter. It's not left to the discretion of a decision maker. I think there's two observations to make on this. It's a separate policy from 11, clearly, so it's not double counting. It's another amount of weight to be applied in a given case. And the Chief Planner's letter of 8th February also refers to Policy 1. And if I could just read a short section from that, it states that this policy prioritises the climate and nature crises in all decisions. And I've set this out at paragraph 2.7.4 in my statement. It should be applied together with the other policies in NPF 4. So we can see there that there's a clear statement that you apply it with these other policies. It will be for the decision maker to determine whether the significant weight to be applied tips the balance in favour for or against a proposal on the basis of its positive or negative contribution to the climate and nature crises. And the second observation I would have on that is I've highlighted the term tackling the climate and nature crisis, which is in the title of the policy. I think that means that decision makers need to ensure an urgent and positive response to these issues. Tackling implies a challenge, and we've been over that in terms of the timescale and the scale of the challenge that is evident in the wording of other policy documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. I know he called you Dr. Kadar. Dr. Ford.
Policy 1 is fairly simple and straightforward, Ma'am. It simply says we have to address both the climate change and nature crisis. I think when you get into the detail on the other aspects with the biodiversity stuff, and I don't want to repeat that, there is a weakness on the applicant's side in terms of their covering of the nature crisis, if you like. But essentially, and we've had a bit of this discussion earlier on this morning, you know, we have to consider both of these, and they have to be given equal weight. Thank you, Mum.
Mr. Kitching.
I would just second what Dr. Ford says. I think obviously the policy 1 statement is tackling the climate and nature crisis. It's not pivoted to one over the other. They need to be both given equal weight. And then obviously the detail then is obviously looking at the other policies that we've already discussed.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes, I agree, and I think the challenge is really to reconcile the two objectives as best can be done. And in that connection, I would just highlight one sentence in Policy 11 at the end of section E, where it says, in the case of proposals for grid infrastructure, consideration should be given to underground connections where possible. Now, I don't want to open up the whole argument about exactly what is possible, but I think there's a pretty clear signal there that underground connections are preferred if they are possible.
Mr. Kerr.
Nothing to add to Mr. Thompson's statement.
Mr. Bell, anything further?
Just, I need to respond to Mr. Ford's suggestion and statement that the applicant has been weak in terms of dealing with the nature crisis. There are two witnesses before the inquiry today who have spoken at some length and have presented evidence on very firm proposals which can be secured by way of planning condition, and they are not matters that the applicant has just scrabbled to get together for today. They are evident in the application document. It's evident from the application documentation that a progressive approach has been taken to biodiversity and nature conservation, and that has received attention from early stages of the project, such that the very new policy provisions can be satisfied. Thank you.
Anything else on this? To 1:15, so we'll now take a break of 1 hour for lunch. So we'll reconvene at 2:15. And as I said before, everyone will have to have their lunch in this room. Thank you. Agenda. Policy 11, Energy. My next question is for the applicant, and it's what is your response to the point argued by the Galloway Without Pylons group that Scotland can comfortably achieve net zero without this proposal? And it's set out in paragraph 5.4 of the Galloway Without Pylons response to comments on the procedure notice. Mr. Bell.
Thank you. The applicant strongly disagrees with that proposition for the reasons set out in the need case. The applicant has set out in the hearing statements. You have my various hearing statements where that is addressed, and I also address that in particular in the response to written submissions, which is the March hearing statement on further policy considerations, where I deal with the various points raised by Dr. Ford in relation to what could be called the need for the development, and that's in particular paragraph 2.6.4 of my hearing statement. So the detail is all there. I don't propose to go through the reasons why we disagree. That's all set out. So if I could leave it at that summary position, if that is enough. Or...
So that's your hearing statement, March 2023. And it was paragraph 2.6.4
onwards.
I haven't got a paragraph 2.6.
2.6.4, so that's the...
There's another one, ma'am.
Response to written submissions.
It's the response, not the short one.
So they've got the same cover.
That says 11th of March 2023 on it. This one is February 2023.
There's another one like that, ma'am. It says further policy considerations.
So it's the March 2023 one where I respond to the various parties And section 2.6 deals with Galloway without pylons.
I haven't printed that one off, but that's I've still got it. So it's written responses to the written response to written responses.
It's entitled Response to Written Submissions. March 2023, section 2.6 provides a rebuttal to the Galloway without pylons points on energy policy. And it's the response is set out there as to why we disagree, but that needs to be read alongside the other sections of other hearing statements that deal with energy policy matters, including in particular the February one, which deals with NPF 4, national development and the onshore wind policy statement, and then the main statement from August 2022 on planning and energy policy.
Ma'am, there is one additional point that I would make, which is that the Galloway without pylons position in that regard, that Scotland's electricity demand is being met at the present time, and therefore there's no requirement for renewables generation to decarbonise the system for generation of electricity. That's predicated on his position that he draws in his second hearing statement, particularly, where he draws a distinction between generation on the one hand and the decarbonisation of other sectors of society and also business that results in carbon emissions. And it's an assumption that electricity generation and the demand for electricity generation isn't separate from that other strand of the decarbonisation policy. And it would be helpful if Mr. Bell explained to you why it is he doesn't accept that proposition.
Thank you. I think whilst it's accepted that the electricity generation sector has largely decarbonised, and we've seen that with the closure of Longanet Power Station and the increase in renewable generation. The important point, recognising that, is the huge increase in electricity production required to meet the needs of electrification of heat and transport. And in the hearing statement that I don't think you've got a printout of, but you have it, is the response to the written submissions, where I deal with this at paragraph 2.6.10, where I set out that the Galloway without pylons position fails to recognise that huge increase that is required. And the onshore wind policy statement, which we're coming on to, and I think I referred to these points this morning, states at paragraph 1.1.2, we expect the next decade to see a substantial increase in demand for electricity to support net zero delivery across all sectors, including heat, transport and industrial processes. And then paragraph 1.1.3, in the next 2 decades, this will require a substantial increase in installed capacity across all renewable technologies. And in Annex 5 of the onshore wind statement, there is a vision for onshore wind. We've talked this morning about the contribution that the development would enable in relation to onshore wind. And Annex 5 states onshore wind continues to play a key role in decarbonising the power sector, reducing consumer costs and ensuring security of supply, whilst playing a key role in the electrification of heat and transport. So, insofar as Ms Wilson has referenced the need for renewables to allow that transformation in those other sectors, this project will help enable that through the delivery of that onshore capacity, which the onshore wind statement explicitly makes clear is to, in effect, service that increase in demand that is anticipated. And that's why, in turn, the government has gone for a minimum of 20 gigawatts by 2030. And that 2030 is not just a nice to have. We know it's set in the Climate Change Act 2009 as a statutory target to be met by 2030. So, in light of that policy and legislative framework, the proposition that this project is not needed and that renewable capacity can simply fall away is not accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Bell. Dr Ford.
Can I just be clear before Dr Ford answers? Are you referring to the passage at 5.3 and 5.4 of HS7? That's Dr Ford's response to the applicant's submission on NPF, or the applicant's response to the procedure notice, particularly 5.4. Can I just be clear that's what you're referring to?
It is particularly paragraph 5.4.
Thank you.
Dr Ford.
Thank you, Mom. So let me deal with this in two bits. First of all, we established before lunch that that the Glenlee to Tongland section has a generating capacity. I gave a number of 100 megawatts. Ms Wilson corrected me to get it to 135. I haven't actually challenged the details of that, but actually I think there's reasons to challenge the details of that, but we won't go into that because 100 megawatts is basically the ballpark. 100 megawatts against the overall potential requirement is statistically insignificant. So for the Glenlee to Tongland section in particular, I think it's beyond question that the project won't make a meaningful contribution or any form of contribution. But if we look at the broader picture, we know, and this is given at section 2.4 in my February statement, we know that electricity demand in Scotland is equivalent annual total averaged into an hour is 3.7 gigawatts. We also know, Mr Bell's just confirmed it, that electricity is effectively fully decarbonised. We're actually at a number of 98%. And the reason we can't go to 100% is that when the wind isn't blowing, we need to find other sources of energy. Obviously, this proposal, which is predominantly carrying wind energy, is also in the same situation. So when the wind isn't blowing, it's not making a contribution. And under those circumstances, we need to do one of two things. We either fire up Peterhead Power Station, which is gas-fired, and therefore creating emissions, or we're importing energy in from England. So that's the reason why, in the short term, this proposal doesn't make and I mean all of this proposal doesn't make any significant difference to decarbonising Scotland. So the second part is the wider issue about decarbonising the whole system, which not only includes current electricity consumption, but also includes heat, transport and other sources. And at 2.4 in my submission, I've given you the detailed numbers for that, which are extracted from the Scottish Energy Statistics Hub. And that comes to a grand total of 16.7 gigawatts. Now, we aren't, in fact, likely for the foreseeable future to remove and decarbonise all of that. And in many ways, the challenge for Scotland in the coming 10 to 20 years is to address the decarbonisation of the other sectors. It can only go at a certain pace because of for example, the rate at which we convert to say, electric vehicles, or the way in which we decarbonise heat. So, if you like, there's a control about how much demand is decarbonised. The other thing that we need to take account of here is that we actually will not need 16.7 gigawatts of energy when we decarbonise. And that's because when we convert to, say, electric vehicles, there is an automatic improvement in efficiency. So the general consensus is that fossil fuel vehicles are only 30% efficient in terms of converting the energy value in fossil fuels to the movement, whereas electrical vehicles are effectively near 100% efficient. So you don't actually need as much energy. The ballpark estimates that are given are that essentially we need approximately double the capacity of our current generation. So in other words, realistically, what we need is something around 8 gigawatts of electricity assuming to provide the energy to decarbonise the rest of society. Now, in fact, we already have 10 gigawatts of wind energy in Scotland. That's given in the energy policy statement, which we'll come back to later. But the numbers are there. That's 8.4 gigawatts of onshore wind and the other 2 of offshore wind currently. So effectively, if you only need 8 gigawatts of energy, that energy is already there. So that's in terms of the ballpark numbers in terms of the Scottish requirement. The other part to this comes back to the issue we also discussed before lunch about the ability to deliver the energy to where it's needed, and the fact that the system is already constrained or hitting its capacity. And to this point that Ms Wilson picked me up on, but nevertheless the point is still there, that essentially the constraints upstream of New Cumnock mean that you can't get any more energy out of this region. And as I said this morning, there's an arguable point about the position upstream from Glenlee, that it potentially adds some value in getting energy there out. But the position south of Glenlee, between Glenlee and Tongland, means that, given that it will become a spur off the transmission system in the future, means that you can't get any more energy out than the line is already capable of providing. And I highlighted the fact that the applicant has got a derogation from Ofgem about the bottlenecks upstream, basically. So effectively, certainly for the bottom end, we can't get any more energy out. But the overall picture is that Scotland can effectively deliver its energy and meet net zero requirements by decarbonising all of society without actually delivering any more, certainly south of Glenlee. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Ford. Mr. Kitching, have you anything to add?
Ma'am.
Mr. Thompson.
Nothing to add, thank you.
Mr. Kerr.
Nothing to add.
Mr. Bell.
I think there are some points in response, but I think it's perhaps better to leave it till we get on to the onshore wind statement, which is on the agenda coming up. Unless you want me to cover it now.
My questions mightn't relate to what you want to say, so I would say it now.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. In terms of the need for the project, in terms of net zero, I think the onshore wind statement, section 8.2, is helpful. And it is entitled Network Planning and Delivery. And at paragraph 8.2.1, it states delivering the 20 gigawatts of onshore wind by 2030 will create demands on electricity infrastructure. New developments will need to connect quickly. Networks must be able to invest quickly and ahead of need. So whatever Mr. Ford is saying about the need now, which we don't agree with, what the government's saying is the investment is ahead of identified need. And we know from the front end of the statement that demand is to double, at least, as these other sectors get decarbonised. So it says networks must be able to invest quickly and ahead of need in order to ensure swift and efficient connections for onshore wind development, which this development would enable. And it goes on at paragraph 8.2.3 to say that the system operator has identified the need for £21 billion of investment in transmission infrastructure to meet 2030 targets. Over half of this investment will involve Scottish transmission owners, SSEN and SPEN. So the need that's identified by National Grid relates to the 2030 target. So I think that's a very important paragraph, 8.2.3 in the onshore statement. And then finally, at 8.2.4, it says delivering network infrastructure at the pace required will require agile regulation, efficient consenting and planning processes. So again, pace, urgency, that is the wording we see in this statement and in NPF4 statement of need, and the importance of delivering against the 2030 target. Thank you.
Ma'am, the only point that I would respond to in relation to Dr. Ford's response is he seems to have moved on from accrediting himself as having the necessary expertise to come to conclusions on this, to say that it is now statistically beyond question that the Glenlee-Tongland leg won't make any meaningful contribution. Well, in that regard, ma'am, it's to be noted that he's now putting himself in your position and acting as decision maker as to what the conclusions should be and what the findings should be. It's not for him to say that it's beyond question. It's for you, ma'am, and Mr. Boulier to decide whether you accept his evidence, and he can generally and rightfully say it's beyond question. Certainly, so far as the applicant is concerned, most of Dr. Ford's evidence is heavily questioned.
Forgive me interrupting, but these are closing submission points. You're making a submission about weight of evidence, which is perfectly legitimate when you're closing up, but it's not legitimate today with respect to invite the reporter to just discard the evidence because you don't agree with it.
I haven't made that invitation.
Well, you have by implication with respect. You have.
Thank you. I've listened to your point. I've noted it.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
And yours, Dr. Campbell. So any other comments on the achieving net zero without this proposal? No? Then moving on to my next question.
Could I just make one point in relation to what's just
Mr.
been
Thompson.
said, which relates to this point about pace? If we are wanting to get this infrastructure in place quickly, whatever exactly it may be and wherever it may be, surely it makes sense for the infrastructure provider to adopt proposals which will encounter the minimum of public resistance. And that is not the situation that we've got here. If it's been better planned from the outset, we might already have diggers on the ground.
Thank you. Moving on to the next question, and it's criterion C of policy 11. Do parties agree with the applicant that the proposal maximises local and community socio-economic benefits in line with criterion C, as set out at paragraph 2.8.14 and 15 of their response to the procedure notice? And I'll start with Galloway without pylons, Dr. Ford.
No, Ma'am, let me just... To me, Ma'am, the key phrase within this C sub-policy is maximise net economic impact. From my review of the evidence presented by the applicant, they have essentially done what I might describe as the routine stuff, normal things. And obviously, I am sympathetic to the point of view that they prepared that on the basis of previous MPF 3, etc. But there is now a requirement to maximise the social and net economic impacts. The applicant has presented some evidence about that. Essentially, that suggests that the net economic impacts are marginal. So I think from that point of view, Ma'am, I don't think they've fulfilled the policy requirement under C in terms of maximising the net economic impact. I'm not suggesting that they haven't said that there isn't some, but we really now have a requirement. This is, an express single element of this policy about maximising net economic impacts, and I don't believe they've achieved it, Ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Kitching.
Thank you, Ma'am. I must admit, I don't think I can have the expertise to put a point across on that one.
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. We've already discussed the potential negative impacts on tourism and indeed other businesses attracted to or retained in the area by its environmental qualities in the tourism hearing section previously. But I nonetheless feel that that is very relevant, those considerations are very relevant to any calculation of net economic impact, because they are obviously the negatives that could be put against any positive arising from the project itself and any development that it facilitates. And I'd like to link that point with references in MPF 4, not under this policy heading, obviously, but to strategic aims in the south of Scotland of supporting sustainable rural development and making sustainable use of the area's world-class environmental assets to innovate and lead greener growth. And I think that's all very much about how you do things as well as what you do. And that brings me back to my misgivings.
Sorry, Mr. Thompson, can you just give me a page name for that, please?
Yes. It's the south section on page 138 of NPF 4. And
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Kerr.
Just again on the point, maximising net economic impact. My impression is that from a previous meeting with a number of locals that turned up with objections regarding that and their business, I don't know if that's been paid attention to too much. The visual impact is one that's been mentioned many times and agreed upon by all parties, that that impact is not particularly positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. I'll come back to Mr. Bell.
Thank you. I just wanted to start with, if, in terms of Mr. Ford's answer, if I could ask through you, ma'am, what does he think could have been done? What has the applicant missed in terms of maximising those local benefits?
Dr. Ford.
I appreciate that the infrastructure itself, if you like, the conductors, the pylons, are almost certainly going to be acquired outside the local area. But maximising net economic interest here is expanded upon in point C in terms of local and community socio-economic benefits such as employment and associated business and supply opportunities. So obviously, in terms of the direct purchase, there are things like using local sourced contractors. That's not made clear in the applicant's document. I appreciate NPF4 has superseded your initial applications and so on. And I appreciate that you're doing things like acquiring relatively local stone and things like that. But I think the point of policy C is really looking beyond, if you like, the physical provision and who you employ in terms of contractors. It's really looking about peripheral benefits. So the reality is there may be local community benefits that could be offered. The community is concerned about the impact on tourism. They're concerned about the traffic effect in particular, and that may have negative socio-economic consequences. Because this is not just a financial issue. This is also the social issue as well. And essentially, this policy to me, I know it's mostly directed at the supply chain issues with wind farms in particular. And I do respect and appreciate that the opportunity for the applicant to do much on this in terms of the physical infrastructure is very limited. But there may be opportunities over and beyond that. But so the point is, and I appreciate this is an evolving area in policy, so I'm sympathetic to the applicant. But it's for the applicant to prove their case that they have maximised the social and economic benefits. and with respect, I don't think they have demonstrated that they've maximised them.
Mr. Bell.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Mr. Ford for his answer, and can now have a look at whether the points that he thinks we've missed are missed. I think, firstly, though, this policy needs to recognise that SPEN is a regulated business with statutory and licence obligations, so it's different from a non-regulated developer who could, for example, set up a community benefit fund as a wind farm developer would conventionally do, notwithstanding that's a non-material matter to take into account in a determination of a consent. The reference to the socio-economic benefits that would result were addressed by Mr. Blackett in his evidence. And he also commented on the local supply opportunities, in particular in the forestry sector. The developer would set out in any invitation to tender an obligation on contractors to ensure that they engage with local suppliers. That's fairly standard. So that would relate to local employment opportunities, supply chain, whether that's stone, as Mr. Ford has identified, or fencing contractors or forestry workers. And usually it's the case that there are local contractors that are engaged because it's more cost effective to secure suppliers within the region. One of the additional benefits beyond the conventional reporting of direct, induced and indirect employment, which Mr. Blackett covered, would be the Green Network Scheme. And how that would operate and what it would involve is set out in my written submission of February, paragraph 2.9.10, and that involves partnership working amongst the council, the government and local communities to deliver schemes that would involve landscape works as well as footpaths and so on. So there are additional benefits that would be positive in terms of the socio-economic aspects of the local area. I think also, and Mr. Ford fairly touched on this, in the onshore wind statement, there is a section on supply chain, and that is in section 5.2, where it states, over the coming years, we have a real opportunity to create established remanufacturing industry based on circular economy principles. So in terms of remanufacturing, towers are no longer manufactured in Scotland. They used to be in Machrihanish, but I think what the government is suggesting there is that there could be a stimulus to the manufacturing base again. And it, towers. And at paragraph 5.2.4 of the onshore statement, it states Renewable UK is currently working to understand the supply chain opportunities for Scotland. We expect their report shortly. And then it says the rapid expansion of Scotland's onshore wind capacity and associated manufacturing opportunities will play a key role in the future. Therefore, it goes back to the target and timescales. So if this project is to enable almost 700 megawatts of capacity, you can see how that added to the additional developments that are coming forward in Scotland could provide the critical mass to reignite the manufacturing capacity within Scotland. So I would say that the developer has sought to maximise net economic impact, and that's set out in these various references that I've made, and certainly the networks element will cover in one of the conditions to come. Thank you.
I wonder if I could make a point in response to Mr. Thompson.
Sorry,
if I could make a point in response to Mr. Thompson.
Yes, Ms Wilson.
Thank you. The point that Mr. Thompson, as I understood it, was making was he was concerned that the way in which the project was pursued, which I took him to mean as an overhead rather than underground project, could have a negative impact on tourism. I appreciate that Mr. Thompson has just attended certain of the hearing sessions, but you'll recall, ma'am, that Mr. Blackett, who gave evidence on behalf of the applicant at the socio-economic impact, he addressed in his evidence in some detail whether or not this proposed overhead line project would be likely to have a negative, significant impact. And in that regard, he included that it was his experience that it was unlikely that it would have such an impact. And you may recall that there was quite an exchange between himself and Mr. Swift over various documents related to the contribution from tourism to this area of Scotland. So that has been a matter that's been addressed in some detail in the applicant's socio-economic evidence.
Okay, anything else on this criterion? Oh, Dr. Ford.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just picking up on Mr. Bell's, a few points from Mr. Bell. Mr. Bell's reference to supply chain and towers and macro-hannies and things like that is really concerned with wind turbines as opposed to this project. Secondly, in terms of community benefit, quite rightly, yes, Mr. Bell's right. They're a statutory undertaking and they're not in a position to pay community benefit in the way that applies to wind turbines. Many of the measures that Mr. Bell outlined are, in terms of using local contractors and so on, are what I would describe as, and have described as, the routine processes that go on with these things. That doesn't quite qualify, I don't believe. In terms of Mr. Bell's reference to the fact that they're a statutory undertaking, and particularly since we've gone on to undergrounding, we haven't really covered it, ma'am, so I'll be delicate with this subject, but essentially the regulator does provide for transmission owners to apply higher funds to undergrounding, and that is appropriately recognised under the regulatory system. But the main point is that Mr. Bell said that, in his view, they had maximised the social net economic impacts. We are in a position, because this is new policy now, that they have to provide a little bit more than just good intents and warm words. I appreciate that. Let me be clear about this. I appreciate quantifying net economic benefits is complex, not easy. But they're still in a position where they have to demonstrate it. You know, policy C stands out on its own very clearly here. And whilst I think it's mostly directed at wind turbine, wind farm developments, it doesn't, because of where it sits in policy, it does also apply to infrastructure, such as this proposal. Thank you, Ma'am.
Mr. Thompson.
Could I just take this opportunity to correct the reference that I gave you earlier, because the one I was quoting actually comes as the third bullet under priorities in the section on the south on page 33 of MPF 4. The other page I was quoting also has a heading priorities, and I was getting confused, and the message is in some ways expanded upon in that later section, but the actual quote that I gave was from page 33. I apologise for the error.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Thompson. Any other comments before I move on? And then finally on this policy, you'll be glad to hear, if you move on to the final sentence of criterion E, it's basically, hopefully, a confirmation from the applicant that underground connections for all sections of this proposal are possible in terms of the final sentence. Mr. Bell.
Ma'am, in terms of the evidence that you heard during the Strategic Alternatives hearing session, Mr. Lloyd and the SPEN witnesses, Mr. Young and Mr. Kadar, accepted that they were technically possible, both from a system design point of view and in terms of engineering, but that for separate regulatory reasons, they were not supported because of the very significant difference in capital costs associated with the project in that situation.
Any comments from other parties on that? Clarification, Mr. Kerr.
Just on that point, which undergrounding and cost, as I said earlier, that's what it all seems to come down to. Yes, Ben admitted that they have the engineering capabilities, but they also admitted it would be a very positive step forward when it comes to the impact on landscaping. So I think that's a fair point to make as well. Thank you.
Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, ma'am. I think Mr. Kerr, because of his enthusiasm over undergrounding, has overstated the position in terms of the applicant's case. None of the applicant's witnesses said there were very positive benefits. They said it was acknowledged that it was environmentally preferable. But you'll recall, ma'am, from the evidence of Mr. Pierce-Murray, under reference to Appendix 3 of the Underground Cable Study Report, the conclusion that was reached by a review committee made up of people from different disciplines, including environmental consultants, was that the environmental benefits were not of such a scale that it was considered it justified the cost. Or to put it from the other end of the telescope, the environmental disbenefits associated with an overhead line were not assessed to be of such significance that an underground solution had to be pursued on environmental grounds.
Mr. Kerr.
If I could just respond or ask, why are other areas happily going ahead with this, or maybe happily is the wrong word, but going ahead with undergrounding in various parts of the UK? Thank you.
Can you just switch off your microphone? Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Yes, I think that you have asked that question at another session, but if Ms. Wilson wants to answer again, that's quite okay.
Well, I recall at the last session that issue was addressed by Mr. Walker, and I could ask him to respond.
Yes, just briefly, undergrounding has been pursued in relation to existing infrastructure in parts of the UK, principally in relation to nationally designated landscapes. So Scottish Power Energy Networks are part of a scheme in Scotland looking at infrastructure in those locations, which is their visual impact changing the view initiative. Scottish and Southern Energy Networks in the north of Scotland also have a similar initiative, the Vista initiative, and equally National Grid in England and Wales. That's specifically targeted at nationally designated landscapes and is a fund that's only to be used in those instances in relation to visual mitigation. So whilst it is accepted that it is being looked at and there is clearly a driver and a will to do that, it isn't an appropriate mitigation to be applied in this instance.
The only additional point I would add to that, ma'am, is that both Mr Lloyd and Mr Young emphasised during their evidence that when examples of undergrounding of overhead lines were being quoted, a number of which were distribution lines as opposed to transmission lines, there are significantly different considerations associated with undergrounding a distribution line compared to a transmission line. In summary, it's fact and circumstance relevant.
Mr. Kerr, does that answer you? I know it will not be the answer you necessarily want, but does it answer your question?
Well, quite simply, why not here?
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Dr. Ford.
No problem, don't worry. Mr. Walker's right that undergrounding in scenic areas is going ahead, and what's happening in those situations is that transmission owners are being paid to underground existing overhead lines. But he also misses other situations where undergrounding is taking place. Undergrounding is now routine for overland connections to offshore wind farms. In other words, the point between where they come ashore to the point where they connect to the grid. Now, I quite accept, before the applicant gets upset about this, that they're not transmission lines, but that is now routine in terms of offshore wind farms. Is that as I say, the overland section is being undergrounded. That's normal these days. The other thing is that there are connections taking place with transmission lines which are also being undergrounded, even though they're not in scenic areas. And I'm thinking particularly, for example, of the connectors between Scotland and England that are being talked about, that we did touch on briefly in an earlier session. Two connections. It's not necessary for them to underground in Scotland because they're actually on the coast, but the sections in England are being undergrounded. So in terms of the GB picture, undergrounding for transmissions lines is becoming established as a possibility outside scenic areas and designated areas. My feeling is, from what I hear in the industry, and I'm not going to go into this in great detail, is that there is a general trend toward undergrounding transmission lines. Thank you, Ma'am.
Anything else on undergrounding, Ms. Wilson?
Ma'am, thank you. In response to Dr. Ford, the first example he gave is irrelevant. It relates to the connections between a wind farm and the grid. What Mr. Ford appears not to understand is that in that situation, it is the developer of the wind farm that pays for the connection. And moreover, very often the developers are under pressure to connect by a certain date, and they take a view, benefiting as they are economically from the development, to the extent that they are, as to how quickly they want to achieve all the necessary consents, including the consent for the connection. And that is a major driver, and this has been spoken to, I think, by Mr. Young previously in evidence. And separately, so far as Dr. Ford asserts that there is a general trend towards undergrounding transmission lines, there is no evidence before this inquiry that substantiates any such general trend.
Anything else on undergrounding? Mr. Kerr.
Why is undergrounding dominating so much here now? It's because it keeps coming up in every article that we're reading, that his proposal is considerate, and we're given examples. For example, yeah, if you want, in the existing line, just go underground to protect the geese or whatever. You know, there are areas it could be, but the whole subject is getting opened up at last. And as I say, why not? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Undergrounding. Okay, any other comments on policy 11 in general? No. So we'll move on to item 2E on the agenda, policy 29, rural development. So the applicant argues that policy 29 has limited relevance to the proposal and that I should apply limited weight to its contents. And that's paragraph 2.13.4 of the applicant's response to the procedure notice. Do other parties agree? And I'll start with Galloway without pylons. Dr. Ford.
I agree it's not the main consideration, but to say it's not relevant, I don't agree with at all. Policy 29B goes on to talk about suitable scale and keeping the character of an area, and that proposals should consider how they will contribute to local living and take account of transport. We know from the issues that we've aired in terms of transport that there is to be a considerable transport throughput through the village of Lauriston. It's fairly clear that that will not contribute towards suitable local living. And therefore, to the extent that the policy does have relevance here, that's the way it has relevance, and it's not really been taken account of in terms of making a contribution towards local living. This is a village which has very little heavy goods traffic. Some forestry traffic goes through it. But the level of upset in Lauriston in particular by the local residents is quite considerable because they have worked out how much traffic there's going to be from this proposal, and it is very significant. I won't move on to the point that it could be avoided if we went on to polls, but I think that stands, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Kitching.
Nothing to say, ma'am. Sorry, not expert in this area.
Mr. Thompson, the relevance of policy 29.
I agree that it is probably not a major issue, but I would agree with Dr. Ford that it is still a not insignificant issue here. And certainly, again, in terms of the sort of aspirations that are set out in NPF 4 for the south of Scotland, it is very much about maintaining the quality of its environmental assets. And it does specifically highlight the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire biosphere and the Forest Dark Sky Park as exceptional environmental assets. And in talking about assets, I'm pretty clear that it means in economic as well as environmental assets, if you like, because it is acknowledging that environmental assets are an important part of the economic foundation of the area. So I think there is that broader link to rural development.
Thank you, Mr Thompson. Mr Kerr.
Thank you, ma'am. I would agree with Dr Ford that the main area will be around Lauriston and the effect will be disastrous. The area is not built to deal with anything it's going to be asked to deal with. And other areas as well, but that one in particular.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. And we'll go to Mr Bell.
Thank you. Yes, just in response to Mr Ford, what I did not say the policy was not relevant. I've used the words not particularly relevant, and there's an important difference there. The matter of transport is already addressed within NPF 4 Policy 11, and I think it's also worth noting that the Roman 5 in the policy allows for essential infrastructure, and of course in a rural area that could be very varied. It could be emergency services, telecoms, mast. It could be a council roads depot for gritting services in the Highlands. It could be overhead line infrastructure as well. And I think also of note the cross-cutting policy references for sustainable place, in which National Development 3 sits, does reference Policy 29, supporting rural development which is compatible with climate change targets. So the cross-cutting link focuses in on targets again, and that gives us an explicit link to Policy 11 and the targets there. I think a fair reading of the policy is that it's largely to deal with development management of what you would expect in a rural area beyond energy and related infrastructure, which is covered by Policy 11. So this would be catching things like rural accommodation, holiday accommodation and new housing and so on, predominantly, as opposed to the infrastructure that is dealt with under Policy 11. So I would say it's of some relevance, but limited, and therefore limited weight. And in terms of that cross-cutting point about targets, that's on page 8 of NPF 4, where it provides the link to Policy 29, but with specific and sole reference to climate change targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Bell. Anything else on Policy 29? Mr Thompson.
Could I just come back to that point? Because in B, it does say development proposals in rural areas should be suitably scaled, sited and designed to be in keeping with the character of the area. Now, I take Mr Bell's point that that was probably written primarily with a view to smaller scale development, be it housing or small scale industrial development or whatever. But what it is highlighting is that the character of a rural area can be sensitive to the impact of new development, even on that scale. So I think the clear implication of that is that it would be even more sensitive to larger scale development. Now, I accept entirely that there is also a strong argument for infrastructure development as part of the wider efforts to tackle climate change in particular. So I'm not disputing that. All I'm trying to do is to underline the fact that this is saying you have to be very careful in the way that you develop, undertake any form of development in a rural area.
Thank you, Mr Thompson. Ms Wilson.
Thank you, ma'am. I wonder if Mr Walker could address the issue of scale in the rural locations through which the overhead line is passing and the extent to which that was considered in the LVIA work.
Mr Walker.
Thank you. Yes, I think the point that Mr. Bell made in relation to Policy 11. I think that some of these issues are dealt with in relation to energy infrastructure, and clearly significant effects on both landscape and visual receptors would occur from the introduction of either wind turbines or transmission towers, as we're looking at here. The consideration of the appropriate landscapes in which to site this infrastructure has been considered from the routing stages of the project, and followed all the way through into the LVIA. And I think in terms of the impacts that occur from this development, localised in their extent, as is specified throughout the assessment, and dedicated in relation to both landscape and visual effects within my evidence, it's very clear that that sympathetic approach has been taken in order to minimise effects wherever possible.
Anything else, Mr. Thompson?
If I could just come back on the point, I think I did acknowledge in at the previous hearing, probably the tourism one, that we appreciated that Spain had put a good deal of effort into minimising adverse effects of an overhead line. So I'm not criticising them specifically in that respect, but it raises this wider question of the sort of financial envelope within which they're having to consider the best options for this project.
Anything else on Policy 29? If I could just have a general idea of how long parties think agenda item 3 is going to take, Mr. Campbell. No, that's fine. We haven't got to it yet. It's just how long, because I'm thinking of whether to take a break now or not.
Mr. Wilson, I think.
Okay. I think it's worth having a break. If we're not going to go on for a long time after the break, then I suggest we have a break now. Is that okay with parties? Yeah. So it's now 25 past 3. So if we come back at 20 to 4. Sorry?
We've closed MPF 4. We've completed it. Oh.
Yes, so we have finished on MPF 4, so after the break we'll start on agenda item 2F, the Chief Planner letter. So we'll reconvene at 20 to 4. Okay, if everybody's ready, we'll move on to item 2F on the agenda. That's the Chief Planner letter, transitional arrangements for NPF 4. So only the applicant has commented directly on the Chief Planner's letter. Do other parties have any comments on its contents? Dr. Ford.
Not a lot in short, Ma'am. It obviously is just detailing the fairly obvious stuff in terms of the fact that MPF 4 is in and adopted and etc., and goes through the details in terms of LDPs and so on. The one thing I might just highlight is in the reference to Policy 3, biodiversity. They make the observation that there's no established method for calculating biodiversity enhancement, and I think that's accepted. I mean, I accept that. But they tend to go on to say that kind of soften the sense of almost that we don't need to bother with it for the time being. That runs rather contrary to the fact that the NPF4 is now the development plan, and we ought to be complying with the development plan. And it strikes me that the Chief Planner is in a fairly ambiguous position of trying to water down something that is actually now firm in the development plan in terms of the requirement to address biodiversity. But I appreciate it sets out the procedure, Ma'am, but I don't have a lot more to add other than that.
May I add something, please?
Yes, Mr. Campbell.
I'll probably say this in a closing submission, but the Chief Planner letter has no place in the statutory framework for the regulation of either planning decisions or Electricity Act decisions. So at its highest, it's unofficial guidance to planning authorities, and I suppose by extension to reporters. It's a mystery in this case why the Scottish Government hasn't published guidance to the operation of NPF4 rather than deal with it in this informal way. But that's the choice they've made.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Kitching.
Nothing further to add, ma'am.
Mr. Thompson.
Nothing from me either, thank you.
And Mr. Kerr.
Nothing from me.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mum. Just a few points. I think under the development plan heading, there is reference to SPP and NPF3 no longer representing Scottish Minister's planning policy and should not be a consideration to be taken into account. That's, of course, well known and accepted. What I would say, though, is that insofar as there's a planning history for this project that you may well reference in your write-up, the project was designed in the context of that policy framework and was deemed acceptable by the applicant against that policy framework, and indeed the Council took that view as well. So I would say it would be important to note that. And the applicant's position is that from the further examination of impacts and the new policy framework, the applicant doesn't depart from those conclusions against NPF4. So we deem the project acceptable in terms of NPF4 as well. Now, the other point of note in the letter that I highlighted was the bottom of page 1. Any incompatibility is referenced. That's with reference to an LDP adopted prior to the publication of NPF4. So it makes it clear that NPF4 will prevail. And we talked today about policy NE2. The applicant's position would be that NE2 is an incompatibility. And also, I think of note, last paragraph on page 2, important to bear in mind NPF4 must be read and applied as a whole. And it says conflicts between the policies are to be expected. We touched on that today. And in terms of policy 3, biodiversity, I don't think it's actually the Chief Planner watering down the policy intent or outcomes. I think there's simply a measure of realism being applied, recognising that there is no accepted approach at the moment, and that not every development will be able to contribute, and that is a matter that each decision maker will need to take into account given the facts and circumstances of respective development. So these, I would say, are the particularly important points to draw from the letter. Thank you.
Anything else on the Chief Planner's letter? Dr. Ford.
Just one quick point, Mum, which won't take long, and I don't intend to dwell on it, but with respect, the Council did object to the proposal. Object to the proposal. We won't be here otherwise.
They did object originally. Anything else on the Chief Planner's letter? No? So moving on to item 2G on the agenda, Scottish Government Onshore Wind Policy Statement 2022 and Draft Energy Strategy and Just Transition Plan 2023. I don't intend to go into the detailed wording of either of these documents, apart from one question, which will be my follow-on question. All I would ask for comments on is what weight should I attach to the wind policy statement and the draft energy strategy? And I'll start with Mr. Bell.
I would say substantial weight to the onshore statement and limited weight to the draft energy strategy and just transition plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Dr. Ford.
It's an interesting question, actually. Well, obviously, the energy strategy is a draft document and therefore relatively light. Obviously, we have the OWPS now formally adopted, and therefore it is relevant. And the applicant's quite right. This is mostly dealing with wind energy, trying to get it out. We've discussed that earlier on. We don't need to rehearse that again. I'm not sure I've got any more to add than that. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Sorry, within that, did you say what weight you thought I should apply to the document?
I didn't put it on a scale, but yes, you should give it weight, Mum.
Thank you, Dr. Ford. Mr. Kitching.
With this being obviously out of our expertise, I'm not sure I'll be able to justify how this should be weighted between the two documents.
Mr. Thompson.
I think it's pretty well inevitable that if you've got one document which is in effect adopted and another one that's draft, then the former has a certain status which the latter doesn't. However, I think I would make the point that one, if you like, encompasses the other, or is intended ultimately to encompass the other, which does, I think, give it a certain weight, even if it is still a draft.
And Mr. Kerr.
Only just to quote, the onshore wind farms must strike the right balance in how we care for and use our land.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. And moving on to my second question. Scottish Forestry refers to page 49 of the onshore wind policy statement, which recognises that we are in a nature crisis. It mentions showcasing considered schemes that will not just mitigate impact, but also improve and enhance our natural environment, including securing positive outcomes for forests and biodiversity. Also, page 23 of the draft Just Transition Plan states that our biodiversity, habitats and natural environment will have been protected and enhanced as part of the energy transition. How does the applicant respond, Mr. Bell?
Thank you. Just taking a moment to read through that section.
Page 49 of the onshore wind policy statement and refers to page 23 of the draft Just Transition Plan.
Yep. This is the overall conclusion for the onshore wind statement, and it's summarising various aspects, the mission criticality of onshore wind, essential part of the energy mix, and it also sets out the government's expectations for the industry, the onshore industry, to take up challenges, including showcasing schemes, bespoke management plans, and actively engaging with relevant authorities. So it's a very high-level point. I think the onshore wind statement does set out some examples, best practice examples of how the sector can enhance the natural environment, and there's peatland restoration given as an example, and so on. And I think what the government's wanting simply is for certain schemes to be exemplars of practice, good practice. In terms of enhancement, that's beyond mitigation. So that's reflecting Policy 3 and that distinction between dealing with the impacts appropriately and then going on to provide biodiversity enhancement, and that's what this project can deliver, is satisfactory mitigation of impacts and also added enhancement through the measures that were described this morning by my colleagues. In terms of the second part of the question, which was page 23, isn't it?
Of the draft Just Transition Plan. It states that our biodiversity, habitats and natural environment will have been protected and enhanced as part of the energy transition.
Is there a paragraph number for that?
It was in the Scottish Forestry Statement.
It's in effect in a box headed maximising benefits to climate and the environment, which I think reinforces my point that you're really trying to reconcile the two interests.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. So it's important to read this paragraph, I think. It's by 2030, so again, the importance of that date comes through in the draft energy strategy. We will significantly increase domestic production of renewable electricity and hydrogen. So again, the renewable electricity through the capacity that this development would enable is important there. And our energy use will be largely decarbonised. The transformation of Scotland's energy system will help us to achieve our net zero and interim climate targets. Our biodiversity, habitats and natural environment will have been protected and enhanced as part of the energy transition. I think this is a further sort of ventilation of the point that we discussed earlier about if we deal with the climate crisis, then you also deal with the biodiversity crisis. And I think it's quite telling that the biodiversity point comes after the achievement of net zero. So it's going to be an important byproduct of attaining net zero, and by the timescales that are indicated. So I would agree it's a very important reference within the draft energy strategy. Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Ford.
Just to pick up Mr. Bell on one point there, he's saying the biodiversity comes after net zero. And in terms of policy weight here, as opposed to the position in the text, that's not the case. We are now, MPF 4 makes absolutely clear to weigh these things in equal balance, equal priorities, equal importance, both two aspects which are core to the vision for the future. So I mean, obviously the onshore wind policy statement is about onshore wind policy, but it's a very evident point to make that we have to not only deal with the climate change issue, we also have to deal with the biodiversity issue. So they have to be treated equally, of equal importance. Thank you, Ma'am.
Mr Kitching.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, the point that we raised in the submission was to say that obviously dealing with the energy strategy, it's not just looking at the energy and the climate change. The environment is pivotal into that as well, and that's what's evident in the documents. So it's just raising that issue that one can't be looked at alone, and then that obviously brings us on to the conversation we've had this morning on the levelling of climate change and the nature crisis.
Mr Thompson.
Nothing to add, I think, beyond what I just said about the fact that we're looking to reconcile two major objectives.
And Mr Kerr.
Nothing to add.
Anything else from the applicant, Mr Bell?
Just briefly, just to highlight that pages 126 and 127 are important in terms of the chapter creating the conditions for a net zero energy system. And in the table under energy markets and network regulation, pages 126 over to 127, it says we're working closely with the network companies to support timely delivery of required electricity network infrastructure. And then under the third last row, we'll continue to work with the ESO, transmission owners and Ofgem to explore opportunities to accelerate planned network investment. So again, the wording timely delivery and accelerating network investment, it's a consistent theme through the documents on the speed of delivery, that pace point that we talked about earlier. Thank you.
Okay, anything else on those two quotes which Scottish Forestry used in their statement? Moving on to item 2H on the agenda, the draft Scottish Biodiversity Strategy to 2045, tackling the nature emergency.
Sorry, Ma'am. I had one other point to make on the onshore wind policy statement and the energy strategy, which relates to points raised by Mr Bell in relation to policy 11 on MPF4. He made a statement where he's referring to these documents, and I left it at that point because I thought we would pick it up at this point. So can I just quickly address that? Earlier on, he mentioned the £21 billion worth of investment in infrastructure across Great Britain, and that half of it was going to be in Scotland. And I forget the references that he gave it to the documents, but I assume they're right. The point that Mr Bell did not make, however, which is very pertinent to this, is that £21 billion investment is to support offshore wind developments. It is not directed at onshore wind developments. And one of the concerning things here is that there is very little investment planned, or committed rather, in terms of supporting the position between transmission infrastructure between Scotland and England. All of that 21 billion is about offshore wind. It follows on from the holistic network design programme that went on, and it's about getting the 28 gigawatts of ScotWind seabed leased energy predominantly down to England and southern England. So that's what it's about. It's actually not concerned with onshore wind. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Bell, do you want to come back on that?
Yes, I'm not referring to the offshore wind energy statement. This is the onshore wind energy statement with reference to the 20 gigawatt onshore wind target by 2030.
But the £21 billion worth of investment in transmission infrastructure that you cited earlier on is provision for offshore wind transmission, not for onshore wind.
I would just need to ask to provide the source for that, because I'm drawing from the onshore wind policy statement, section 8.2 on network delivery for onshore wind.
Just switch off for a second. Yes, Dr. Ford, if I'm right, you're referring to something that Mr. Bell said earlier in this session.
On MPF4 policy 11.
Mr. Bell, do you recall saying that?
Yes, I'm quoting the paragraph from the onshore wind policy statement.
Have you got the onshore wind policy statement, Dr. Ford?
Paragraph 8.2.3. Network delivery for onshore wind.
Paragraph 8.2.3.
So just if Mr. Ford could highlight the offshore reference that he's referring to, that would be helpful. Thank you.
I appreciate it says it in the Scottish Government document, but this flows on from the Holistic Network Design programme by the UK Government. They are quite right to point out that 50% approximately of the investment is to go into Scotland, but the reality is that this programme is about delivering for offshore wind. It actually, if you look at the details of the programme, it involves transmission lines down from Thurso down to Inverness across to Aberdeen, and the connections between Scotland and England going undersea.
I wonder if I could just briefly intervene on a procedural point. I'm absolutely clear in my mind, having listened to Mr. Bell earlier, that when he was referring to the £21 billion investment, it was under reference to 8.2 network planning and delivery in connection with onshore wind. That's quite clear from Chapter 8 when you read Chapter 8 as a whole. What the applicant is saying and what Mr. Bell is saying is, if Dr. Ford is going to make this assertion that that 21 billion relates to offshore and not onshore, notwithstanding the fact the government thinks it appropriate to cite it in a policy document on onshore wind, the applicant is asking, give us a reference. Is it a document before this inquiry that supports that proposition?
I think I covered it, ma'am, in my initial... Sorry.
Yes, Dr. Ford.
I think I covered it in my initial hearing statements.
We might need a minute just to look for this, ma'am, if you don't mind, because it's important.
That's okay if I'll give you 5 minutes until 10 past. Dr. Ford, have you found the document?
Yeah, sorry about that, Ma'am. Our document GWP 19 refers to the Ofgem Eastern HVDC link and the conditional decision on that. Okay. That document refers to what's known as the holistic network design. And just in explanation here, holistic network design follows on from the UK government's commitment to deliver 50 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. And that understandably requires two things. One is to deliver the wind farms, if you like, the generation capacity, and secondly to deliver the transmission connections for that to the points of demand. The points of demand are predominantly in southern England. The 50 gigawatts in the holistic network design incorporates the ScotWind auction, which is for leasing offshore wind seabed. And if you think of 28 as against 50, that's about half, which is why half the infrastructure investment requires to be in Scotland, basically. So that's how you get to the half of the 21 billion being in Scotland, but it's for the offshore wind capacity that's planned.
Just to be clear. That's in contention between us.
Well, to be more precise, what Dr. Ford draws from that document is his evidence, is his interpretation. Are we being told that if we look at GWP 19, we will find in that document a reference to 21 billion?
As long as you understand the acronyms, I think the answer is yes.
Well, ma'am, I think that's a matter that we'll deal with in submission, having
I
examined the
will
document.
where in the document. Got a document.
Well, just to say, Ma'am, this is a fairly fast-moving area. The UK government and Ofgem is fundamentally changing its approach to consenting and enabling the construction of the infrastructure to provide for the offshore wind farm because of the priority to deliver it by 2030. So, you know, there's more recent documents which keep updating this figure. There's now a thing known as the accelerated. This is not a document before you, Ma'am, but there's now a thing known as
Ma'am, the question was simple. A page number.
Can you just refer me to the part of the document? Your GWP 19 that you want me to take into account.
$2.48. Having in mind that this document is dated July 2022. What Dr. Ford takes from that is his evidence, of course.
Sorry, can you say that again, Mr. Campbell?
Well, Ms. Wilson corrected me, I think probably quite fairly, and said what Dr. Ford has taken from this document, which is in the public domain, is Dr. Ford's own evidence. Which, what he said to you in evidence just now is his own evidence. The document, however, is not written and devised by him.
Paragraphs, Ms. Wilson.
Yes, ma'am, and I don't see any reference to the 21 billion or even any suggestion or even any footnoting. But what I propose, so we don't waste any more time on this, is we just deal with it in closing submission now that we know what the source is that Mr. Ford is claiming supports his proposition.
So you're happy that you do now know the source? Yeah. Mr. Campbell, you've got your microphone on. I don't know if you want to say something.
Thank you, Mum. No.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 2H, the draft Scottish Biodiversity Strategy to 2045, tackling the nature emergency 2022. As with the onshore wind policy statement, I don't intend to go into the detail of the wording of this document, but I have two general questions. Do parties agree with the applicant that I can only apply limited weight to the draft biodiversity strategy? And I'll start with Dr. Ford.
Yes, in its own right, ma'am, is the simple answer to that. But of course, what we have is MPF 4, which deals with a lot of this stuff and puts a lot of it into policy. My understanding is that it's draft because they're still waiting to see any consequences coming out of COP15, and that it's likely to be adopted pretty much in this form in the next few months. But at this moment in time, it's draft only.
Just echo what Mr. Ford said. With it being a draft document, obviously it's all wait and see what comes out of the evidence from COP15.
So the wording could change as a result of what's come out of COP15?
I believe, well, I'm not lead to believe, but I presume not. But obviously, until we see that final, we can't be fully, that can't be fully determined.
Mr. Thompson.
Nothing substantive to add. It is obviously a draft document, but in terms of the direction of travel, it's entirely consistent with what we see in MPF 4 and elsewhere.
Thank you. Mr. Kerr.
Yes, as it says, it sets out a clear ambition for Scotland, so we'll see how it develops.
Has the applicant got anything to come back on, Mr. Bell?
Just very briefly, I think, as we've set out in our hearing statement, it's post future legislation. There's to be an environment bill later this year. I suspect it's more than a few months until we see that go through Parliament and statutory targets get set. But I just wondered in a moment if Mr. Jackson Matthews could come in to just reference how the biodiversity enhancements can align with some of the key actions on particular species, which is a positive aspect of the development. Thank you.
Thank you. Others have already mentioned that NPF4 covers some of the common language from the strategy, and nature networks is one of those terms that's consistent in both documents, and we discussed this morning around our forest design concept and how that could deliver nature networks at a very high level with target species of local importance at their core. Thank you.
Anything else on the point about the weight to be applied? So Scottish Forestry state that there are no delivery plan scenarios in the biodiversity strategy which would result in approval for the removal of the ancient woodland. How does the applicant respond, Mr. Bell?
So could you just repeat the question, please? Thank you.
Scottish Forestry in their statement says that there are no delivery plan scenarios which are included in the biodiversity strategy which would result in approval for the removal of the ancient woodland.
I think the first comment would be it's not for the finalised biodiversity strategy to determine the approval of any development that relates to ancient woodland. If it's a planning application or an Electricity Act application, then the strategy would be a consideration. For a planning application, Section 25 of the 97 Act would apply, and policies in NPF4 would need to be applied in a development management function. And we've been through, for an Electricity Act application, Section 25 doesn't apply, but the substantive policies in NPF4 would, and in particular the policies we've been through this morning. So I cannot see how the biodiversity strategy would be in itself determinative. And I would just ask Mr. Kitchen to explain through you why he thinks, as a sole document, it can be so in its finalised form, which we haven't yet seen. Thank you.
Mr. Kitching.
The reason this was mentioned was because within the draft biodiversity strategy, there's the halt by 2030 ambition, and by obviously the removal of ancient woodland that goes against that ambition of halting loss of biodiversity and the enhancement of biodiversity, and that's where we were coming from on that basis.
Dr. Ford, do you want to come in on this point? Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
Mr. Kerr. I'll come back to you, Mr. Bell. Have you anything else to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, you'll all be glad to hear that. We're moving on to agenda item number 3, any other relevant matters. So I've got 2 on my list. So it's the condition on the forestry design concept and the Getaway Without Pylons new documents. So I propose to deal with the condition first. So first, the wording for the condition, how other parties have been involved in preparation of that wording, and how it would actually work.
Thank you, ma'am. A condition has been prepared on, or a draft condition on the forest design concept, which I've shared informally with the various parties at lunchtime. What I had undertaken to do, along with another condition which I'm going to prepare, which deals with the green network scheme, is to circulate that tomorrow, or circulate the 2 conditions tomorrow for more detailed consideration by everybody who's participated today, and then take those comments on board, and they will be reflected, or any changes to the wording will be reflected in the final set of conditions which will accompany the closing submissions for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Sorry, Mr. Campbell, did you say?
I said nothing to say about that. Thank you.
And Mr. Kitching?
Just obviously, yeah, we'd just like to have a look in a bit more detail. We're happy to that be circulated and come back to you on that one.
So have you already had a brief look?
I've had a brief look. I would need to push that, also get my colleague Doug Harrison to also have a look at that, because it would be him that will be the official signature on it, or the official agree.
Mr. Thompson?
Nothing to add. No.
And Mr. Kerr?
Nothing to add.
Obviously, I'll move on to time frames for any comments. Are we thinking of a tight time frame for comments on the planning condition? I was going to say a week. The planning condition that's going to be circulated to parties on the forest design concept. And so that would bring us to the 5th of April. I'll be confirming dates at the end of the session. And then moving on to the Galloway without pile-on additional documents. Which party wants to discuss this, Mr. Campbell or Ms. Wilson?
My own friend Ms. Wilson, I want to discuss it with you. In a reply to a response by the applicants, Mr. Ford supported some of the statements that he made with the addition of 3 documents, all of them from the public domain. Objection to that was taken in correspondence, and ultimately you saw that correspondence because it was with your office. You made a ruling allowing the documents, at least for today's purposes. So I don't understand.
Sorry, Mr. Campbell, if I could just hold you there just for a second, because I should have said something before we started. I think there was some confusion in the emails that passed. The email from the applicant referred to myself deciding that it should be dealt with at this hearing session, but our office received a phone call from a member of your team on Friday afternoon, and in that phone call they referred to the possibility of leading a new witness if I accepted the documents at the hearing session today. From that, when I eventually saw the email at the weekend, I assumed that you were content with dealing with it at the hearing session, hence my email on Monday. It's just to clear up that confusion. It wasn't my suggestion we deal with it at the hearing session. I already thought you were content with that. Okay, sorry, Mr. Campbell, carry on.
So what is in dispute now is because you've made a ruling, and ordinarily that would be the end of the matter, but my learned friend and her team are, if I may put it this way, not entirely content with that ruling, and take the view, as I understand it, that the documents being new documents should be excluded from the inquiry, in other words, not admitted. Now, I'll leave aside the question of whether or not you've made a ruling, because that would ordinarily be the end of it, allowing latitude to the applicants to reopen this subject. What I think my learned friend and I have agreed is that she will, in a time frame, in a shortish time frame, make a written submission as to why those documents should be excluded, and also portions of Mr. Ford's reply to the response should also be struck out. The contention, I think, put broadly, is that Mr. Ford's written evidence is not, strictly speaking, a response to the procedure notice, but is, I put this in inverted commas, an attempt to reopen an earlier session. Plainly, I don't agree with that, but nevertheless, it's a legitimate point of view. So rather than hash this out today, which would take considerable time, what I think we've agreed is that we should have a written exchange. My learned friend having the last word, in other words, my learned friend having the last word, she would start, I would reply, she would reply if so advised, and then we would submit those to you, and you can make a decision in the course of your deliberations for the whole case. I hope I've summarised that fairly, but I think that is the agreement between us.
Ms Wilson.
It's not entirely accurate. We do have an agreement that we could deal with this with yours and Mr. Bullio's agreement in due course when you see the representations by way of an exchange of written representations. I think we are in agreement that the issues that we've identified in the hearing statement by Mr. Ford are issues of direct relevance to the evidence presented by Mr. Ford at the inquiry session number 1 into the technical and economic justification. And, ma'am, I don't know if it's necessary for me to go back. You've been given the paragraph references in the emails from my agent as to the ones with which we take exception. And if those are looked at under reference to the 3 new documents, it's apparent that with the exception of GWP 22, the other 2 documents were issued after you closed the last session of the examination process in November. GWP 22 was available on the 17th of November and could have been produced during the currency of the inquiry with an appropriate motion for it to be allowed late and an explanation as to why it was being tendered. But it wasn't. It came in to support the propositions advanced by Mr. Ford in the hearing statement, which are propositions based upon those 3 energy-related documents and needs-related documents. The view, we consulted on this yesterday because that was the earliest opportunity that we had to speak with Mr. Kadar. Well, the earliest opportunity where both myself and Mr. Kadar could be available to discuss the issue. And I was particularly concerned to ascertain from him whether they were propositions with which he would agree, and separately whether he was of the view that the documents that have been produced support those propositions. He was not in agreement, and what's more said that there were other documents issued by Ofgem and the Climate Change Committee and also the Department of Energy and Statistics that led to a different conclusion. On that basis, ma'am, I took the view that if the documents were admitted without the applicant having an opportunity either to comment on those or to present evidence of their own to contradict the propositions advanced by Dr. Ford, there would be significant prejudice. And as you'll no doubt be aware from various judicial reviews or planning appeal decisions in the inner house of the Court of Session, if a party is relying upon a procedural irregularity, it's necessary to show prejudice. I was satisfied from the discussions with Mr. Kadar if there was not the opportunity to reply, there would be prejudice. And not only that, so far as you and Mr. Bulliu were concerned, you've both been in a difficult position where you would have heard the debate today without hearing any contradictory evidence and having to come to a view. So, as I understood the agreement that we reached a short while ago, is that they have been allowed, that decision's been made, albeit obliged for the explanation that it was through a misunderstanding. But they are now before the inquiry, they have been before the inquiry. The statements made by Dr. Ford in his hearing statement are there, and no doubt they've been read by you in preparing for this hearing session, and therefore you're aware of them. What I suggested was that we accept that that's the decision, but we redress the procedural irregularity that could arise by giving the applicant the opportunity to respond to those propositions in the hearing statement and to lodge the additional documents that I'm informed are directly relevant to the documents that have been lodged by Dr. Ford and complete the picture, give a fuller picture. But at the moment, what you have before you is an incomplete picture. And what I suggested was that I wasn't going to make a submission, a written submission, as to why they should not be excluded. I've accepted, as have my clients, that that decision was made. They're in the public domain now. They've no doubt been uploaded to the website, and that the appropriate thing is simply to ensure correction of the procedural regularity of how they're dealt with. Mr. Kadar is very busy, as you would imagine from all the evidence that you've heard with the numerous projects that are coming forward, but he says that he could prepare something in 2 weeks. The reason for the 2 weeks is that he would have to complete his researches to identify the relevant documents. And also, he already has holiday commitments over that Easter weekend. So my suggestion, in line with the general approach that my friend set out, is that we would have an exchange of written submissions, but the first round would be the applicant putting in a written submission providing its response as to the relevance and materiality of Dr. Ford's documents and whether or not those documents support the propositions that are stated in the offending paragraphs, and set out what Mr. Kadar considers they show and whether there's support for his position in that regard. And these, ma'am, are significant issues because they were canvassed by Dr. Ford in inquiry session number 1, where he maintains there's no need for this project because there's going to be a shift in the structure of the electricity market due to location marginal pricing. That's an issue that's already before you. You've only got one half of the update, as Dr. Ford referred to it in his hearing statement. You don't have the second half of the update. And out of fairness, you need both sides of the story. Mr. Campbell would then have the opportunity to respond, and then a brief period of time for any additional comments, and then it's suggested that they go before you and Mr. Bulliu to consider if the issues are clear enough from the written submissions such that you don't consider that you need to hear the witnesses. I'm not pushing for you to hear the witnesses if you and Mr. Bulliu are satisfied that the written submissions make clear each party's position. Not least because it's in everyone's interest to conclude this as speedily as possible, and any further hearing would obviously significantly delay it, just arranging a date, etc. So our preference would be to deal with the matter by way of written submissions if you're both satisfied that it's clear to you what the issues are.
Mr. Campbell, can you comment on Ms. Wilson's proposal, please?
I'm grateful to my own friend for topping and tailing what I said to you. I think the substance of what we've agreed is probably there. We welcome the opportunity to hear from Dr. Kadar on the proposition set out by Dr. Ford in the manner proposed and in the timescale proposed. And we are confident that this can work as a tailpiece to this inquiry, subject to your approval. It does mean, I think, that you won't be able to formally close the inquiry today because this is a leftover piece which needs to go into the jigsaw. But it will be a matter for you, Mr. Bullier, whether you want to hear the witnesses after this exchange has taken place. So I think we have agreement, and subject to you approving it and setting the timetable for this, I hope that can be an end of the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Ms. Wilson, I appreciate you coming to an agreement. Timing-wise, how quickly would you envisage that you would get the first response in from Mr. Kadar?
He says that taking into account the Easter break, he would suggest the 14th of April, which is a Friday, I think. Friday the 14th of April.
Mr. Campbell, a week for you to provide any response?
I'm working overseas in that week, and I prefer 2 weeks, because I won't be able to deal with it. But I would propose, for what it's worth, the 28th of April, which is 2 weeks after Dr. Kadar. I never know whether he has a doctorate or not. I think he does, but it doesn't use the title. Mr. Kadar provides his, whatever form it takes, his statement.
And then did you propose further response from the applicant after that date?
If considered necessary, ma'am, and I'd be content to commit to a 7-day period because most of the issues by that stage should have been ventilated.
Yeah. So that would be the 5th of May. I don't intend to make any decision on this today. I'll obviously have to go back and speak to Mr. Buelia, who's been involved with all of the emails that we've sent. But I will get back to you by the end of the week. But I would keep all of those dates in your diary in case he is agreeable to that progress.
Well, ma'am, in the interest of expediency, we will instruct Mr. Kadar to proceed and have a discussion with him as to how we envisage the content looking so that it doesn't mushroom into a significant submission. We are intending to restrict it to fully addressing just the propositions, albeit that there may be a number of documents. I don't know. I have no idea. The research is still to be done. I know enough that 3 documents have been identified, but we will seek to keep the submissions and any additional documents to be as concise as possible to address the propositions.
Thank you. Okay, my next item was to reconfirm the dates for closing submissions for the last time, which I'd hoped would be for the last time. Again, I would like to propose that we stick to the 11th of April and 21st of April deadlines for the summaries of case for both parties. If you want to add anything after those dates as a result of any subsequent submissions, which I agree to, that's fine, but your substantive summaries of case, 11th of April for other parties, 21st of April for the applicant.
I can understand that, ma'am. I did have a question to raise under any other relevant matters specific to the summaries, just so that we can be as sure as possible that we present them to you in a format that you envisage how you're going to then insert them into the report. Based upon other previous reports, we were thinking that each party summaries of cases would be one document that could become a chapter in your report. I don't know if that's how you were envisaging dealing with it, and on a topic-by-topic basis.
The DPA is looking at being more succinct in its reports. In general, this is a new thing which we are trying to do. So what I would envisage with the summaries of cases, I would have a link to your summary of case and it will be attached to my report as an annex. So I would basically say the summary of the applicant's case is provided in Annex 4, and that would be your summary of case.
The summary would be a composite of the entire case rather than...
Yes, so ideally, from my point of view, if you could do it as the sessions, so for each session there could be a summary, but it would all be combined into one annex, and then we'd have one similarly for Mr. Campbell, Mr. Kitching. For third parties, we are a bit more lenient, so if you want any further guidance on how to produce a summary of case, feel free to contact us.
Yes, the objective, I think, is not to put the summary of case into the report, but put it into the... And to that end, presumably the summary of case should not contain argument. Right, just so I understand. Thank you.
If you want to have a look at how we used to summarise the cases, obviously look at old reports, and that's what we did. We're now expecting parties to do that to save us time. So we've agreed dates for the summaries of case. Now moving on to dates for closing submissions. Again, my preference would be that we stick to the dates that we have for the closing submissions, so the 11th of April, 21st of April, with the proviso that if you want to add anything at another date, which we can agree as a result of the further written reps, you're able to do that. Is that agreeable, Ms. Wilson?
The one thing that I'm pondering on is if it's the 11th of April for the other parties and submission from Mr. Kadar is going in on the 14th of April, which I will no doubt be asked to review, that's going to take away some of the time that I have between the 11th of April and my team have between the 11th of April and the 21st of April to review those submissions and consider what needs to be addressed in our own closing submission.
Do you have an alternative suggestion?
Could we perhaps take a short break to discuss with my other friend as to what we think might work with the added procedure? I know from what my other friend told me already that he has another professional commitment as well after his submissions go in.
Which I'd like to stick to.
I understand why you would like to stick to the proposed dates. The issue with Dr. Ford and Mr. Kadar having just arisen, as it were, in the last few days, it seems to me, thinking aloud now, but it seems to me that those issues ought to be ventilated.
Rather than think aloud, I think it's a good idea if we have a break, you discuss it and you come back to me.
Okay.
Okay, so we're now on 10 to 5, so if we reconvene at 5 o'clock. Thank you. We were discussing the dates for closing submissions. Who would like to take the lead? Ms. Wilson, Mr. Campbell?
Don't, so
Ms. Wilson.
she can tell us what we've agreed.
We previously confirmed to you, I think, and we've discussed that 11th of April for GWP and other parties' summaries of case, and 21st of April for the applicant's summaries of case. And separately, in terms of the timetable, 14th of April for Mr. Kadar's submission, the 28th of April for Dr. Ford's response, 5th of April for the applicant's final response, 5th of May for the applicant's final response, the 8th of May for GWP's closing submission, and the 18th of May for the applicant's closing submissions. And that was based upon my friends and my discussions about what we felt was realistic as to how many balls we could juggle with at any one time. put simply. Bearing in mind, ma'am, that by this stage, so far out from the inquiry, we've both got fairly full diaries with other commitments. I, for instance, have a deadline on the 22nd of May for a series of procedural steps in a Lands Tribunal case that include productions, notes of argument, etc. They're quite heavy deadlines. So I'll be working on those at the same time. And I think my learned friend has some commitments too.
So that adds another 2 weeks. And it's the intention that you'll produce your closing subs on all other matters for the previous deadlines, or that you'll produce all of your closing submissions for the new deadlines.
The intention, ma'am, is to produce all of the whole closing submission as one document for the new deadlines.
I just want to say this obviously has implications for the writing of the report. The quicker we get the summaries of case, the quicker we get the closing submissions. What I'll do is, I won't confirm anything now, but I will send an email to you all by the end of the week, setting out the dates, whether or not they're agreed, and also whether or not we accept the further written submissions on the new documents. But we'll have something to you by the end of the week on that. But between now and then, if there is any way that earlier deadlines could be agreed, I would urge you to have a discussion about that, given the need to get the report written. Okay? That concludes the proceedings for this hopefully final hearing session. I always put hopefully in now. So thank you once again for your participation and contributions throughout the inquiry process. As soon as we get the closing submissions and summaries of case, we'll continue to prepare a report on the proposal in conjunction with Mr Boelia, and that will be sent to Scottish ministers in due course. I can't formally close the Section 37 inquiry at this point in time, but after the written submission procedure is completed, provided that we're happy with that, I will close the inquiry in writing. But verbally, I close the inquiry now, and thank you for all your contributions. Thank you.
I've got one thing to add, if I may. I don't expect there to be any subsequent applications against the applicants or the council. As the oldest person here, I think it falls to me to thank you for the conduct of the inquiry. A long inquiry is a difficult thing, puts a lot of pressure on communities and people participating without remuneration, often at inconvenient hours during their working day, on subjects with which they're not familiar. And so they deserve to be thanked. But the applicants also, faced with a difficult project, which is universally, at least not universally, but widely unpopular in this community, have conducted themselves with, I think, distinct grace would be my expression. I'd like to thank particularly Miss McLean for her conduct of the documents, which has been incredibly helpful. And of course that extends to Shepherd Wedderburn, my learned friend Miss Wilson, Mr Bell and all their colleagues. So whilst nobody welcomes the imposition of a power line, these proceedings have been conducted with, I think, unusual good manners. And you are the person responsible for that, so we thank you very much indeed.
You'd be glad to hear. Good night.